husky.
Good morning, it's another day, my friend. But soon the sunshine turns to moonlight, life goes on. You take some time to say goodnight, you close your eyes to dream next thing tomorrow's here again.
It's a brand new day, never hold on to hate. Cause you was placed here to be great. Please take your place. All queens got a seat at my table. Cause without y'all, then the man ain't able. Melanated queen, connected to the universe. And so I gotta thank my mom for my birth. If hate is the curse, then love is the remedy. So I send you love no matter creed or identity. Until infinity, look at you like you kin to me. Even when we disagree, yo, you still kin to me. In other words, I can't bring you no trouble, can't bring you no beef, don't wanna see you deceased. Now if I'm coming at you, I'm coming with a business plan. Cause every day I'm on some, yo, let's get this money, man. Yeah, and that's my real plans. I rest my head at night, I wake up, I got another plan.
Good morning, it's another day, my friend. But soon the sunshine turns to moonlight, life goes on.
Tell me why we don't get money together, but we'll kill each other over whatever. Running down the freeway, we gonna own down. If Black Lives Matter, why we gonna own down? That's why they laugh and they think that we clowns. They hear what we say, but see how we get down. We gotta change that now, right now to be exact. Cause hurting that man's moms is not where it's at now. Old school, new school, need to learn, yo. They put us in groups so they can make more dough. The young versus the old versus the young. Black versus white, you see the pattern, right? No unity, keep them all on some gutter-ish. This way they don't prosper and get rich. Yo, can't you see it's a trick? Just open your third eye and you'll see the full view of it. Now yo, what if the powers that be know that the real power lies within the people? That's us. And what if they using things like crayon colors, black and white, to separate the people? Hey, yo, you gotta wake up. Don't let them fool y'all. Spread love.
Good morning, it's another day, my friend. But soon the sunshine turns to moonlight, life goes on. You take some time to say goodnight, you close your eyes to dream next thing tomorrow's. Good morning, it's another day, my friend.
All right, good morning, y'all. You know what to do. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can see me. We're going to go ahead and get right into it. Shout out to my guy, the Bishop, for starting the show the right way. How's everybody doing, man? Hopefully y'all are doing well. Hopefully you all had a great weekend. I see a couple 1s in the chat, so we should be good to go. We're going to go ahead and get right into it. Let's go. Man, we got everybody up in here. All right, for some reason, we gotta switch. Okay, there we go. There we go. We should be good. Oh, there we go. Looking all crispy and clean on the screen. Welcome, y'all. Welcome back to another YouTube live stream and another episode of the Music Morning Show. I'm your host, ClassE Beats of ClassEbeats.com. Today, we are getting right back into the YSL trial. As y'all know, we took a little bit of a break Thursday and Friday, so an extended weekend because of everything that was going on with the hurricane. Thank you to everybody who was giving the well wishes, double checking and making sure we're okay. We're doing all good here. So I appreciate everybody who's checking in. I know there's another storm that's supposed to be coming through, so we'll be saying prayers for that, and hopefully too many people aren't affected by it. And definitely prayers go out to everybody who was affected by that as well. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and get right into it. Court is in session already, and some of y'all have been watching over on Law and Crime and other places, and it's getting a little bit testy in there already. But let me say what's up to the people in the building, man. Shout out to the amazing Amy in here bright and early in the morning. Appreciate you being here. Thank you, Amy, for all the love and support and everything that you do for this community and this channel. We got Mr. Tesla up in here, my guy. Out of Order is in here. We got Focus. Nicholas, Adam is in the building. We've got Krisha is in here. D is in the building. Young Dreads is up in here. We've got Raymond, Fatima, Randall, my guy. FFS or For Fug's Sake is in the building. Says good morning. We've got Mids Girl is in here as well. Good to see you. Andrea is in the building. The Honorable Attorney Kel Bell is up in here. Good morning. Says hopefully everyone is safe from the hurricane. My power was, oh no. Said my power was out through Saturday, but no damage to my home. Glad everything's okay there, Kel. Jeez. We've got Blue Eyed Hillbillies in here. Shannon Rains. We've got Adria. Excuse me. Phenomenal RN News Blog is in the building. We've got McKinley in here. Monica. Rashida is in the building. We've got Steph JK, the birthday girl, is in the building. Shout out to Steph. We got Walter Waller Custom Leather in the building. Always good to see you. Roxanne is in here. Wave Laura is in the building. Mr. Marlboro Flow, salute and thank you for your service to John. Good morning, sir. We got Keela in here. Ray's in the building. We ain't got no quit. Ooh, I like that. Crystal Wright is in the building. Okay, I know there's a bunch more of y'all in here. Valencia's in here. Our Hearts with Arts is in the building. We got Mandy, Danielle, Athena. Oh my gosh. I want to make sure I don't miss anyone. Carmaine is in the building. We got Teresa in here. Jersey Linda's in the building. Darcy. Woo! MJ is up in here too. All right. I know I missed a couple of y'all. I'll be saying what's up and good morning as we go throughout the show. Couple things before we get into it. If you could, make sure you like the video on your way in. Not only are likes free, but they do help the channel and the show continue to grow. Lets the YouTube algorithm know you guys are enjoying the show and it shares it with more people. And also, any super chats that are sent in throughout the show, I will be reading. I appreciate everybody who decides to support that way. So thank you again to everybody who's sending super chats. I will be reading super chats throughout the show. All right. And y'all are saying the light is looking good. Yeah, we're looking extra crispy and clean on the screen today. Let's go ahead and get it right into it. I know y'all are ready for the fireworks that are going to start this morning. So we've got Judge Whitaker. She's about to go off on Miss Love here in a second. Let's see what's going on.
Problems with traffic.
Oh, and the sound. I'll get the sound for you.
There was, I think, some problems with traffic.
Okay, so, I mean, Miss Hilton, Sunday, September 29th, 1:39 p.m. Good afternoon. I hope all is well. Attached, you will find the media list for this week.
Then, Your Honor, I take full responsibility for that. I can address it. If it was sent, then that is on me. If it was sent out on, if it was sent, then that is on me. If it was sent out on Sunday.
Okay.
Here we go. We're starting already. Oh my gosh.
Luckily, the only person highlighted is somebody who's already been testifying, so it's not an issue for this time, but let's not have that happen anymore. Second, we do have a witness on the stand that we broke to handle Mr. Zachary for, so we need to be continuing with that witness and go ahead and finish up with that. In addition, you have
Mr. Sprinkle's coming back.
Even more last minute, provided an updated transcript at what, 8:30 or 10 or something o'clock last night?
I don't have to use that. I can.
Jeez.
10 or something o'clock last night.
I don't have to use that. I can.
Okay, that's good because nobody's had a chance to be able to look at it or compare it or anything like that. So, okay.
Dang, she's starting already.
All right, so can we get
Whitaker's
Mr. Sprinkle over to finish up his testimony?
Your Honor, Mr. Sprinkle, so as I explained before, I called Mr. Sprinkle when we intended to call Mr. Zachary. Mr. Sprinkle's testimony, and in order to avoid him being called twice, we were putting in the interview of Mr. Zachary, given his continued pronouncements regarding his health concerns and other considerations. We were going to call Detective Gaither to simply get in the interview regarding Mr. Zachary. Mr. Sprinkle's investigation, if you will deal with some of the information that comes from Mr. Zachary's interview. And rather than asking the court to call Mr. Sprinkle twice.
Well, we're calling lots of witnesses twice, or you are calling lots of witnesses twice, so.
Your Honor, I ask the court's permission, since we do have Detective Gaither here, to allow us to put in Mr. Zachary's interview. and to allow us to proceed after Detective Gaither.
Thank you, Amy.
And what is Detective Gaither just going to be introducing the interviews?
She's going to be introducing the interviews. Primarily, that is the reason that we have her. She also confirmed, though Mr. Zachary was able to confirm some information about his phone number, another phone number. I told her that I don't expect to keep her very long. I don't expect her to be more than today, frankly.
Judge Whitaker's had enough. She's done for real.
Yeah, that's it. And the other matter that I wanted to broach with the court simply dealt with
Look at the attitude.
the concerns that the court had that we broached briefly regarding some of the cross-examination testimony and some of the information in the interview with Mr. Zachary on the 5th of August, 2015, that we believe has addressed some of the concerns that the court had regarding.
I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about.
So in my email to the court,
Listen, all right. What did y'all do to Judge Whitaker this weekend? What happened? She is killing Miss Love this morning. Oh, you know what? I know what it is. She probably watched some of the videos that we dropped over the last weekend, this weekend, and she's like, yeah, you know what? They're right. I'm sick of this. I'm going to take back control of my courtroom. God dang.
said that
Extra spicy
there
this
were
morning.
some matters that we would ask permission to address prior to playing the interview.
Amy said she looked like a banana.
Some of
Oh,
the
man.
portions of the interview that defense requested redacted.
Dang.
The court said that it needed sometimes foundational information before I went ahead and.
Okay, and I think that Ms. Persfield responded to everybody that we're not going to address that this morning before, and we know that the jury is going to be here and ready to go at 9, and I don't think there's going to be time to address all of that in the 5 minutes before
Big Bird.
the jury is here. Do you?
Well, there is one that I think we can. It's the first one that we have listed.
Okay, well, anyway, that is what I said we would address either at lunch or at the end of the day, correct? All right, and so for that reason as well, we're not really ready for Detective Gaither's testimony. So go ahead and call Mr. Sprinkle over and let's pick up with him, because we can't, if we need to do the whatever is or is not going to come in the interviews, and it's different from what we had already made determination about, and we left some things for determination. We have to figure that out during the lunch break. So,
Yes, Your Honor. Will
All
the
right.
court permit me to step out and make that phone call?
yes, please.
And also, Your Honor, so will the court be permitting me or allowing me to bring Mr. Sprinkle back after we get in the
I
testimony?
mean, it seems to me like that's been kind of the way this case has gone, is that people get called back 2 and 3
Yep.
times. So
Take 'em out,
sure, you
bring
can
'em
do
back
that
in.
with him too.
Excuse me, please.
Hey, Judge Whitaker is standing on business today. I like this. How long do y'all think it's going to take her to run out of gas, though? That's the question. Good morning to everybody here, by the way. I see y'all. Oh, man. Oh, I don't know why it kept that. That is not what I wanted to type in the chat. How long is Judge Whitaker going to be standing on business? Yeah, and Sprinkle is coming back. I know y'all are probably a little bit disappointed about that. But let's skip ahead and see if we can get Sprinkle up here. We know he's going to be prepared and ready to do his job. I'm going to tell him all about Fulton County police officers and how they're running things out there. Sheesh. All right, what's going on here? Look like Mr. Weinstein is about to say something. Oh, but they've got the sound off. Dang.
So I'm here to once
Come on,
again.
Law and Crime. Here we go.
All right, Mr. Weinstein, you wanted
I hope so, FF.
to address something?
Yeah, just briefly, Your Honor, and I'm not sure when the state plans on using this, but on the 27th of September, so 3 days ago, we got a Dropbox link with additional crime scene photos from a 2019 case, a 2014 case, and a 2015 case. These hadn't previously been provided.
Of what?
Well, I think you'd have to ask maybe Mr. Atkins or the state. One of them relates to, I just have APD case numbers. I think they could give you more detail.
Okay.
My main point being these should have been provided in December of 22 at the latest. So I don't know why we're just receiving these now. And it seems to be my role in the case. I'm here to once again complain about late discovery, Your Honor.
Judge Whitaker
Ms.
said,
Love?
Your Honor, I'd ask the court, since that is not something that will be broached this week at all, that the court allow us to address the matter when I have those files in front of me that Mr. Weinstein is
How about you get
referring
those
to.
files at lunch? Seems to me like
We
we're
can
going to
do
have a
that.
lot to talk about over lunch.
We can do that, Your Honor. And also, I will say that those are, to the extent that, of course,
Whitaker,
I will
what
look back and
happened?
make sure that they were not previously provided, but to the extent that they were not, the crime scene information that we have turned over is a direct result of matters and witnesses that we have added back because of the objections that have been made. And the
was on
CAD
that pen,
reports,
y'all
I
see it?
believe, have already been admitted as evidence. So there is nothing about the photographs that would create any
John saw it.
delay or prejudice or anything of that matter, but I'll address it at lunch.
What would
ooh, she is about to, listen, John saw it. He said that pen, yep, John knows when that pen starts shaking or she does this, it's about to go down. What did y'all do to her this weekend? What happened? She couldn't get her normal hairstylist. Dang. Something went down. Judge Whitaker is pissed.
the dates?
These are cases from, according
Did
to
y'all
what
take her
Mr.
seat in
Atkins
church?
sent, 2019, 2014, and 2015, Your Honor. And Mr. Atkins, in an email to me on that same date, the 27th, indicated to me that these had not previously been provided to us. So we can discuss it at lunch as the court wishes, Your Honor.
Okay.
She said, golly.
All right. Miss Love, in your
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Sunday 6 p.m. email,
Loving Hurricane
you
Whitaker.
said that you were going to forward later in the evening to counsel and the court the portions of Mr. Zachary's
Yeah, tell us
interview
about it.
that you were seeking reconsideration of based or because of, I guess, the way he testified. I'm not in receipt of that forward. Did you ever forward what the actual portions are?
Your Honor, I think, no, I forwarded the transcript, the corrected transcript that I was seeking.
But you didn't forward the portions that you had that either I had ruled out or you had agreed would be out?
I did not forward those. There were,
And yeah, that's what you expected everybody to argue this morning without even knowing what those were. Could you please forward those at your earliest convenience so that we will know by lunchtime what it is that we're talking about?
absolutely.
Excuse me, and I didn't receive the transcript last night.
Well, she's agreed that she's not going to be using the transcript because nobody's had a chance to look at it. So
Thank you, Your
you
Honor.
don't need to worry about that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But I don't know if somebody's going to be over here to assist you later in the morning, but as soon as somebody gets here, you need to get that taken care of, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so is Ms.
You know, I had somebody this weekend who was harassing me about Miss Love and saying, how could you be so hard on Miss Love? Why are you always, you're over here calling her names and calling her out her name, which isn't true. and saying this about her and that about her. Hey, I'm not saying anything else after this. I'm going to clip this up and I'm going to replay this clip anytime someone tries to defend Miss Love, because you see Judge Whitaker is finally doing what we all ask. Just call it out. Just call it out and make them do something about it. So we'll see what happens at lunch, but this is the Judge Whitaker we've all been waiting for. Yo, she is standing on business. Somebody in the chat say you can tell it's a Monday. She is not playing around today.
Mr. Sprinkle out there ready?
He said that he needed 10 minutes from the time that I reached him. So
Tell him, text him now and tell him he needs to get over here right now.
he is, Your Honor. He is coming. He
Text
literally.
him anyway and say the 10 minutes, he can't have any more time. He needs to stop what he's doing right now and come on. Because we have the jury waiting.
Yes, Your Honor.
Wow. Judge Whitaker is in rare form today. Yo,
And then while we wait, I guess you can go ahead and forward us those portions of the interview that you think need reconsideration, since we'll just be sitting here doing nothing otherwise.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yikes. You know, normally when something goes the state's way, I would say, oh, Fannie Willis was texting Judge Whitaker and told her to take some of the heat off. What is going on this morning? Like, she completely flipped. So she saw something, heard something. Maybe she was watching the trial, some of the videos on YouTube, and she said, you know what? It's time. It's time. I'm done playing. I'm not doing this anymore because I don't know. Mr. Spiffy said it's that time of the month. Mr. Spiffy. Hey, yo, come on now. I think Judge Whitaker might be past those days, but hey, it's none of my business. I don't want to know. Some of those comments are crazy. I'm gonna skip ahead and see if we can get Mr. Sprinkle in here, because y'all know Miss Love, she's gonna be off her game today. And I don't know where her help is. This could be the reason why Judge Whitaker is going at her. She sees she's up there all by herself, so she's ready to lay the smackdown. But oh my God, Randall King said no. She watched your videos and realized she needed to stand on business.
Jury right here too.
She is clearly
here's
upset.
Mr. Sprinkle. No, you may not. Okay, let's get the jury in. Get Mr. Sprinkle on the stand and the jury on. Thank you.
Yeah, something went down. I don't know if we'll ever know what happened, but Judge Whitaker she's done.
The jury
Listen
in.
to this
Jury
exchange.
right here too. Oh, look, here's Mr. Sprinkle. No, you may not. Okay, let's get the jury in. Get Mr. Sprinkle on the stand and the jury on. Thank you.
God dang. I don't know, I'm getting a little uncomfortable. You know what this is like? Y'all remember being in school and then your teacher starts chastising somebody and you're over there snickering like, and then they just keep going and they keep going and you're laughing a little bit. And then they keep going at him. Or if you're a coach, or if a coach was going at a player and then you're kind of like, ooh, dang. And then they just keep going and you're like, oh man, yo, take it easy. Like, then you start to feel bad. You're like, all right, yo, coach, let him live, coach. What happened? Your wife didn't make that chocolate pie that you like over the weekend? Hey, like, yo. God dang. I'm starting to feel bad for Miss Love. I never thought this day would come. Jeez. Yeah, Mr. Whitaker, what'd you do, sir? Coach Whitaker is on Miss Love's ass this morning. God damn. Oh, we got Mr. Sprinkle back in here. Lord have mercy. Were y'all prepared for Mr. Sprinkle on a Monday morning? What? I don't know if I was. And thank you to everybody who's liked the video so far too. I appreciate y'all. What happened? Who cloned Judge Whitaker? They might have Gaither after lunch, but Judge Whitaker said
Thank you.
she's not getting them.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you enjoyed your unexpected 4-day weekend. I hope that nobody is too badly impacted by the storm that swept through. And we are ready to proceed, and we're picking up with Mr. Sprinkle, who was on the stand, I don't know, early last week maybe. But anyway, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, DDA Sprinkle. How are you?
Very well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. So when we last left off, you were explaining to the jury regarding the investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas, the additional steps that you took in determining what to do with the file once you received it from the Atlanta Police Department.
Right.
All right? And you had explained that there were jail calls that you were able to listen to make certain determinations regarding information that was a part of the file.
Can y'all hear her okay? Everybody can hear her? Okay. Where'd your lapel mic go?
Would you rather, okay, even at the podium?
I don't know. It just seems, if everybody can hear her, that's fine. It just didn't seem as loud. Go ahead.
I can grab it now.
Oh. I think I just figured out what it was. I know y'all want to watch this trial, but give me 2 minutes. I promise. Somebody put the timer on for 2 minutes and we'll get back into this. I think I know. I'm going to give you guys a theory about what happened. Because I've mentioned several times about Judge Whitaker and why she's doing and moving the way she's moving throughout this trial. We all know that she has things going on behind the scenes that may benefit her if she were to see this trial all the way through. But what happened last week that we talked about? Y'all might remember, or you might have seen this video that I dropped on Saturday, I believe. And the title of this video is Adriane Love Could Be in Big Trouble for Her Behavior in the YSL Trial. And what I brought up and showed you guys was this right here. Adriane Love is apparently getting in trouble or about to be in trouble for some prosecutorial misconduct. And with Judge Whitaker wanting to run this trial smoothly, wanting to get things through to a verdict, this could really put a speed bump, a major speed bump in her case if one of the district attorneys was thrown off of this case. So with that being said, if there is something to this and there's something behind this, Judge Whitaker's behavior towards Miss Love might be based off of what came out over the past several days and over this weekend. And yes, there are multiple offenses: attorney misconduct, corporate misconduct, failure to disclose Brady material. Judge Whitaker is getting on her this morning for not having stuff ready, not having things prepared. Ooh. I think I know what it is. I think that's why Judge Whitaker is acting the way she's acting towards Miss Love this morning. Because y'all know these judges, especially when they get to a certain level, they're connected. They have certain types of relationships. She might already have some thought or insight into what's going to happen with the state bar. So we'll have to keep an eye on this and see what happens. But if you look at how Judge Whitaker was behaving on Wednesday and how she's acting now, it's like they're two different people. Anyway, thank y'all for the 2 minutes. I just wanted to point that out. Let me know what y'all think in the comments and in the chat. If there's something to this, if it's nothing, or if that's the main reason why Judge Whitaker changed her tune this morning. Ooh.
Maybe while he's answering, you can hook it up.
I don't think I can do both of those. This is a difficult contraption. I'll talk into the microphone.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Peter.
So, Mr. Sprinkle, with respect to Spencer Wright, or the person that Detective Thorpe spoke to before taking out the warrants, and the jail call that you listened to.
Correct.
Is my memory correct that you said that Detective Investigator David White was the person who then spoke with or went out and reached out to the person that Mr. Wright called from the Atlanta City Jail?
That is correct.
And the information that you received or that you were able to gain from that phone call made from the Atlanta City Jail, what impact did it have on your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
It corroborated what I already believed, which was that Spencer Wright, who initially provided the name of Nicholas Robb.
I'm going to object to that testimony. As to relevance, his belief is not relevant.
Sustained.
So as a result of the information that you got from that phone call, with respect to information that would assist you further in the investigation, what did you do after you listened to the phone call and had Detective White speak to Mr. Smalls?
Well, I spoke with Detective White. Well, broadly, I just embarked on the investigation of the murder of Donovan Thomas, because at that point I was essentially certainly without sufficient evidence.
Okay.
I can no longer rely on that statement.
All right. Now, at the time that you got the file, had Kenneth Copeland already been interviewed?
He had been.
All right. And when you reviewed that, those interviews of Kenneth Copeland, did you endeavor to speak with him anymore, or did you gain more information from the interviews themselves that assisted you in your investigation?
Well, as the investigation, as the months went by, I did desire to speak with Kenneth Copeland, but that did not happen. He wasn't willing to speak with me.
How many of his interviews did you have at your disposal?
Well, I believe there were 3.
Okay.
There's one in particular from June of 2015.
That was the 9-hour interview?
That would be the 9-hour one, yes.
Me with the banana.
Did you set out to corroborate anything that you found? I'm sorry.
Sustained.
Yeah, I didn't hear the objection, so that
Leading.
Oh, okay. With respect to the Kenneth Copeland interview, did you take it at face value, everything that you heard in the interviews, or did you do anything to decide how you would treat the information?
Well, on listening to the interview and taking notes, I endeavored to corroborate as much of his statement as I could.
Okay. Did that involve listening to other interviews and jail calls as well?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what other interviews you listened to without talking about what was said in the interviews themselves?
Sure. Well, there was the interview of Demiki and Garlington. There was an interview of Quindarius Zachary. And when I say there was an interview, I'm contemplating in my mind that there was only the one, but it is possible there were perhaps 2 or even 3 interviews, but I'm only recalling off the top. They may have all just run together as I listened to them. But as far as I know, there was at least one interview of everybody that I'm mentioning right now.
Okay. And
So
with
what are you talking about?
respect to Quindarius Zachary, did you take part in a 2017 proffer of Quindarius Zachary or include that as a part of your file?
I did, and it was recorded. I have it on a disc over here as well.
All right. And did you also listen to the August 2015 interview of Mr. Zachary?
I believe so. Yes, that would be the one.
Would you tell the jury what cell phone records or what cell phone numbers you found of interest after listening to the interviews?
Well, there would probably be a few, but I do, and I can't recall off the top of my head what specific cell phone numbers were mentioned during each interview. For example, depending on the interview, the party may have identified their own cell phone number or somebody else's cell phone number. But the numbers that were primarily of interest to me were those for which Detective Tyrone Dennis obtained phone records. Mm-hmm. And the numbers that he obtained, I believe, were primarily, if not exclusively, from either A, the interviews that he conducted, or B, from cell phones that he found during the course of his investigation. He was able to forensically analyze and extract the number therefrom.
Now, you mentioned last time you were on the stand getting the videos or the surveillance videos enhanced, the ones from the Texaco and the barbershop.
Yes.
Was there any other surveillance footage that you were able to obtain that was not a part of the original file that Mr. Detective Thorpe gave to you? Is the surveillance footage from the Texaco and the barbershop the surveillance footage that you used in making your decisions about what to look for next in this case?
From what I recall, I was primarily, if not exclusively, focused on the surveillance footage from the Texaco and the barbershop.
Okay. Who had you listened to the interviews from by the time that you did go into and look at the surveillance footage from the Texaco and from the barbershop, or did you do that first?
Well, so I watched the surveillance footage many times. I'm sure I listened to while I was watching the interviews, I watched various parts of the footage. After I watched the interviews, I watched various parts of the footage. It wasn't as regimented as I had like a checklist where I watched the videos and then I watched the interviews, and I would keep revisiting things as I went through the case file.
Other than looking for someone in a particular place like a park bench in the surveillance footage, what was it that the surveillance footage was able to give to you that you found of value in this investigation?
Well,
I'm going to object to the form of the question. What he found of value is not relevant, and I would ask that...
I can rephrase.
Okay, thank you.
What from the surveillance footage were you able to utilize in furthering your investigation?
Well, first of all, it marked the exact time of the homicide, which broadly is just very important because it allows me to establish a time.
Objection again to the testimony. What he found to be important is not relevant. I'd ask that be struck.
Your Honor, I'd ask permission to respond. With respect to what DDA Sprinkle did in gaining information about this homicide, as with any other witness, we'd ask that the court allow him to give the jury insight into how he
case intake.
gained the information that he got and made the decisions that he made.
Okay, let's just stick to the facts.
And just to give y'all a background on Mr. Sprinkle, Michael Sprinkle, Deputy District Attorney, Case Intake Division. Can you see this? Oh, y'all can't. It's like halfway on the screen. Hold on. Let me do it this way. Let me move this over here. Boom. He is an attorney with more than 10 years of experience in both litigation and pre-indictment investigations. In addition, handling courtroom litigation on hundreds of seriously violent felony cases, Mike has also served as lead investigative attorney on hundreds of cases, primarily involving homicide. Mike graduated, okay, Georgia State, yeah, whatever, don't care. Mike's primary area of expertise is in complex predicament investigations involving serious violent felony offenses. Before joining the District Attorney Fannie Willis's administration, Mike served as a law clerk for approximately 2 years as the general practice firm of Begner and Begner. Okay. And okay. So, yep, there he is. Nothing too crazy.
Without value judgments. Go ahead.
Okay. After you were able to get phone records, listen to the interviews, were you personally or your investigator able to obtain social media records?
Yes.
How did you decide which social media records in this case you needed to look at?
Again, objection, how and why is not relevant. What he obtained is relevant.
Your Honor,
Object.
how and why?
Overruled.
Thank you.
Well, I was focused on the social media of the parties that were of interest, either persons of interest, maybe witnesses, just as much. Whenever a name came up, I endeavored to find their social media, regardless of whether or not I actually thought that they were directly involved in the homicide. Perhaps there'd be something on their social media that would shed some light or illuminate something for me.
Now, did you ever look at the social media of a Quindarius Zachary?
I do, yes. I recall looking at his social media, yes.
Do you recall what his handle or handles were for various social media platforms?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Would looking at your report refresh your memory?
Yes.
Would you please look at your report?
Yes, and that's what's on the laptop in front of me, incidentally.
Okay.
Yeah. I just have it so I can do word searches.
All right.
I mean, I know he went by the moniker Little D.
Okay.
I just have it so I can do word searches.
What?
I laugh at Mr. Sprinkle, but I would hire him in a heartbeat. This guy takes his job seriously. Promoting everybody. Oh, man. Going to do a quick word search here. All you have to do is hit Control F, and you know it brings up the search function. And you can accurately search a username, even if you're using a symbol or a number. I find it a very useful tool when I'm conducting my research.
Yeah, I mean, unless you can point me to it, I don't know that I actually put a screenshot or an image from Mr. Zachary's, any of his social media in my report.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 360 Yankee. Speaking of social
You're
media,
right. I love you. I use
360 Yankee through 363 Yankee. At what point did you begin looking for social media photos related to Javaris Bradford?
That would have been, again, I don't know the specific date.
And I don't mean the date. I mean, what was your attention turned to Javaris Bradford?
Mr. Bradford caught my interest after, because as I said, I already had phone records belonging to various parties. These were phone records that I think were primarily, if not exclusively, obtained by investigator Tyrone Dennis. Mm-hmm. He caught my interest after I saw his number and his number being 404-957-8008. Mm-hmm. His number I found in the phone records of Quindarius Zachary, Demise McMullen, Kenneth Copeland, and Calvin Treadwell, meaning that I had called detail records for those four people. Mm-hmm. And as I looked through them, I found that in close temporal proximity to the homicide, or maybe not, when I say close temporal proximity, it could be like within a day or two of the homicide, not necessarily within like 10 minutes. But I saw that he was that number, and I didn't know whose number it was when I first saw it, was a common number between them. In addition to that, when I ran it through the Fulton County Jail inmate call database, I found that another person who was an associate of those 4 people called that number, and that'd be Martinez Arnold.
Okay.
Martinez Arnold, aka Duke, was an inmate at the Fulton County Jail. So I ran 404-957-8008, which are 404-957-8008 through the Fulton County Jail's inmate call database, and I found 2 calls, I believe, that were placed from Martinez Arnold on the night of the homicide, and I think the first one was at 8:18 p.m., which was an hour after the murder.
Okay.
And so after I listened to those calls, I wanted to know a little bit more about Mr. Javaris Bradford, and as part of that process, I found his Instagram page.
I'm going to show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibits 360 and provided to the defense. State's Exhibit 360 Yankee.
I'm sorry, can I see what those are going to be?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's definitely taking. She's definitely taking this
Yankee and
time.
362 Yankee. There you go. While he's looking at those.
I feel like I asked y'all to share exhibits that you were going to use with witnesses prior to using them with the witnesses. Is that not happening?
I believe that this has been shared for quite a while now, Your Honor.
It is. It's
Okay.
a trope. We just want to make sure which ones she was sending out.
He said, okay, 'cause I was about to
Additionally,
go
I
in.
will show to you 363 Yankee and provide to anyone who would like to see photos. 363 Yankee. Do you recognize what has been labeled 360 Yankee? Thank you. 361 Yankee, 362 Yankee, and 363 Yankee.
I recognize these, yes.
How do you recognize them?
These were, I found Mr. Bradford's Instagram page. The moniker that he went by on said Instagram page was that is spelled IM _living, LIVING _great. When I found a picture or a post being a picture, sometimes with text accompanying it, although on these 4 pictures it doesn't appear that Mr. Bradford actually posted any text along with the pictures. They're just pictures.
A post being a picture that's often accompanying text. Sometimes people will use emojis, and other people can interact with it and like it and share it and comment, things like that. Come on, Mr.
Or great. When I found a picture or a post being a picture, sometimes with text accompanying it, although on these 4 pictures it doesn't appear that Mr. Bradford actually posted any text along with the pictures. They're just pictures. I screenshotted them, and these were the screenshots that I actually took as I viewed Mr. Bradford's Instagram page, the content of which was visible to the public.
Okay. And are those fair and accurate representations of the pictures depicted on the pages that you were looking at from Mr. Bradford?
They are, yes, they're printouts of the digital images that I captured, yes.
The state tender State's Exhibit 360, 361, 362, and 363 Yankee.
Those are admitted.
Thank you.
Y'all are
Now,
cooking
looking
her.
at 360
That's
Yankee,
crazy.
would you tell the jury what they're looking at in 360 Yankee and what relevance it had to what you did after you got these social media posts?
360 Yankee depicts Javaris Bradford standing behind a Pontiac Bonneville, a gray in color Pontiac Bonneville. And I want to make sure, I think it's a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville. I want to get that right, so I'm refreshing my recollection. But I'm pretty sure it's a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville. But at any rate, it's a gray in color Pontiac Bonneville.
It was a 2002.
And the reason why that caught my interest is because there was actually several photos that I found that depicted him alongside a Pontiac Bonneville, and that caught my interest because it let me know that that was probably the car that he could be found in.
Okay. Why were you interested in a gray Pontiac Bonneville at the time that you saw these images on Mr. Bradford's page?
Well, at the time I saw these images, I wasn't.
Okay.
I mean, not really.
What did you see or hear, without getting into what anyone said, that caused you to take interest in these photographs?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
If it was an interview, he does not have to say what that person said. It
All
doesn't
right.
call.
Well, I can say this. I looked at the surveillance footage, and I knew that there was some type of gray car or cars that were involved. So gray car in general would have caught my interest. And when I say surveillance footage, I'm referring to the surveillance footage from the cameras that were mounted on 330 McDaniel Street, that being the barber shop in the parking lot of which Donovan Thomas stood at the time that he was shot and killed. But then there was other surveillance footage from the Texaco station. Yep. And so and to be clear, just so we're clear as to how the process went, when I first found these images, I was kind of generally interested. I said, oh, a gray vehicle, okay, a gray sedan. But then as I went back and I reviewed the surveillance footage from the Texaco station yet again, I became considerably more interested in these images because I saw a gray Pontiac Bonneville on that footage in close temporal proximity to the homicide. And because that Texaco station was in close spatial proximity to the barber shop, that particularly caught my interest.
When you said you went out and looked at the scene, were you able to determine and explain to the jury how far the Texaco that you were looking at, the images on the Texaco that you were looking at, were from the barber shop at 330 McDaniel Street?
It was about 100 yards.
Okay. And would that extend beyond the doors of this courtroom, out to the elevator, or something a little bit different?
It would be from about where I sit right now. Mm-hmm. Probably about twice the distance from where I sit right now to the elevator. So from here to the elevator, double that.
All right. Now, when you were out there, was there a line of sight from where you were looking at on the Texaco footage to the front of 330 McDaniel Street?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Did you notice whether there were any street lamps or any kind of lighting out there as well?
There were. I don't recall if they were working.
Okay. Now, after you looked at this Texaco surveillance footage, did you only look at around the time of the murder? In other words, if the murder happened at 7:22 p.m., did you only look at 7:22 p.m. and a few minutes before and a few minutes after?
No, I looked. I believe the footage from the Texaco that was of interest to me actually started at 6:38 p.m.
Okay. Would you tell the jury why or what it was about 6:38 p.m. that had any significance?
Objection as to relevance.
Yeah, I'd like to know that too.
Your Honor, I would ask that.
Overruled. Go ahead.
It was actually 6:41 p.m. having reviewed my notes, so it was about 3 minutes after that. Well, a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville that looked identical to the one that appeared on Mr. Bradford's Instagram page pulled up to a gas pump at that gas station.
All right. Do you remember which gas pump? In other words, was it the one furthest from 330 McDaniel, in the middle, or closest to 330 McDaniel?
It was an inside gas pump. It was in the bank of gas pumps that would have been closest to 330 McDaniel, but the vehicle wasn't utilizing the pump that would put it in the absolute closest spatial proximity to 330 McDaniel, if that makes sense.
It does. Now, when you say the vehicle wasn't using the pump, did the vehicle use either pump at that gas station for the entire time that the vehicle sat at the pump.
No, I don't believe that anybody ever gassed up the car, if that's what you're asking. I don't believe anybody, from what I mean, obviously the whole thing's on video, but I do not remember anybody using the pump. I'm quite sure nobody actually fueled up the car while it was parked there at the pump.
At any time while you were looking at it, were you able to see individuals get out of or get into the Pontiac?
Your Honor, I would object as to relevance, also as the best evidence. The video has been introduced.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Adams. Thank
Did,
God.
Your Honor,
She said
may I ask the
sustained.
witness whether or not, once he looked at it and saw whatever he saw,
Well, you can go ahead and
Thank you.
ask that, and I'll see if it's.
did you recognize any persons that got, and not from knowing them personally, but did you recognize any persons getting into or out of that Pontiac?
Objection as to relevance. The jury can make their own determination from the evidence that's already been admitted.
Sustained.
That you
Thank you,
looked
Mr. Adams.
into further? Did you further look into
Wow.
anyone that you saw getting into or out of that Pontiac?
Well, yes.
Okay. Who,
Good to know.
would you tell the jury
Next.
about one person that you saw getting into and out of that Pontiac that
I'm
you
going to
looked further
object.
into?
Same question.
Sustained.
Ask the question again.
Would you tell the jury about one such person that you saw?
Sustained. Okay.
Did you see Diamante Kendrick getting out of the Pontiac?
I did.
Objection.
Your Honor,
Sustained.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
Yeah, get her out of here.
It'll be stricken.
Dang.
Who did you see getting out of the Pontiac?
I'm going to object. It's the same question.
Sustained.
Your
What
Honor,
is she
Yes.
doing?
would the court allow me to either
No.
approach and explain or allow the state to get information we believe will be made valuable to the jury at a later time?
gonna
In other
object to
words,
that
would the
speaking
court
objection.
please conditionally allow
Approach.
us?
Good Lord. And he answered the question too. Again, we talked about this with Brian Steele asking Quindarius Zachary, you know, did Young Thug do these things for you? Was Young Thug a nice guy? And they kept objecting. Did Young Thug pay for you to go to these concerts? Did Young Thug take you to Miami? Objection sustained. Objection sustained. But he got the answers in there. And Mr. Sprinkle actually answered the question. It's going to be stricken from the record. Great. Who cares? Because the jury has ears. And as we said before, disregarding, that's not even a real thing. I mean, that whole disregard, stricken from the record. What does that even mean? So let's go ahead and skip ahead. Y'all know Judge Whitaker is cooking Miss Love right now, but let me get some of these super chats in here and then we'll keep it going. Shout out to Amy for gifting 10 membership. Oh my God. If you got a membership from Amy, make sure you say thank you. She also dropped a super sticker with the banana in it. Y'all need to give Miss Love a break today. She's already getting enough heat from Judge Whitaker. All right, give her some grace. Dang. FFS dropped the 5-bomb, said, I love it, not love. Judge firing off early. She woke up and chose violence. She is not holding back today. Shout out to Teresa with the 2-bomb. Thank you so much. We got Mr. Spiffy in here dropping the 1-bomb. Elizabeth Wright dropping the 10. Appreciate you. She said loving Hurricane Whitaker. She is on one today. Amy's dropping the super sticker umbrella, the rainbow for Mr. Sprinkle over there. We've got Peter Ortiz. He gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much. If you got that membership from Mr. Ortiz, make sure you say thank you. Danielle Judge has been a member for 1 month. Okay. Show support and hit that like button. Y'all know what time it is. And y'all are going crazy with the super stickers. Amy's dropping the deflated banana. Hey, yo. FFS with the banana. Lavisa with the puppy or the dog super chat super sticker. I appreciate you. Shout out to Kimberly. She is becoming a new member. Thank you so much. Randall King up in here. He became a diamond member. I see you. And then, of course, Cat Not Williams in the building. Dropping 10 memberships. I mentioned this to you guys in the chat. If you have not checked out Cat Not Williams, Make sure you do that ASAP. She is going to be live streaming here in about an hour and 15 minutes. Make sure you go show her some love. But hey, we know y'all have multiple devices. You don't have to click off this video. You can watch both of us at the same time. But even if you decide to go over there and just watch Kat, she's an absolutely amazing content creator. She's been showing so much support to this community and been giving some great insight into what's going on, not only in this YSL trial, but a lot of other legal cases that are going on in the country. So make sure you go show her some love, hit that subscribe button, notification bell over there, and like every single video that she's dropped as well. All right, y'all go show her some love. And of course, oh my goodness, Amy going crazy. Sheesh. Just dropped the 100 ball for no reason. Wow. She said proud of you. Thank you, Amy. Man, Amy supports this show in every single way. Y'all see her in the chat. Y'all see her dropping super chats, gifting memberships, helping out and being involved in every single live stream. Thank you so much, Amy. This show and this community and this channel would not be the same it is without you. So y'all give it up to Amy. Show her some love. Thank her for the membership. Thank you for the support too. Major sponsor of today's show. Bam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and skip ahead. We're on the delay. So I know y'all are being so patient with Ms. Love today. So we'll see what Judge Whitaker has to say. And I mean, they were talking for a minute. So I'm sure she was giving her the business up there. Yeah, Amy is the GWOT.
Watch the...
Hold on, let me rewind. Let's see if we can get it back. Hold on, y'all. There we go.
Watch the... Pontiac at the gas station.
And incidentally, on looking at my report, it was a 2001 Pontiac Bonneville, according to my notes.
Thank you. After you saw that 2001 Pontiac Bonneville at the gas pump, did you see, can you tell the jury who it was you believed that you saw getting into and out of the vehicle based on the information you had at the time?
Well, there were multiple occupants of the vehicle, but I believe you're referring to Diamante Kendrick.
Okay. And what did you do once you saw Diamante Kendrick? Did you just see him or look at or observe him getting out of the vehicle, or did you do something else with that information?
Well, I wanted to speak with the other people that were with him in that Pontiac Bonneville and another vehicle that appeared in the frame at some point.
Okay. Now, when you say the people that were with him, were you ever able to make a decision about who you believed the people were that were with him in the Bonneville?
I eventually determined who they were, and I spoke with them.
Okay. Did you only look at the inside or the outside, rather, of the Texaco station footage while you were reviewing this file to make decisions about the next step?
No, there was footage from the interior as well, the convenience store that was adjacent to the gas pumps. Mm-hmm. I looked at that too.
And were you able to get closer up pictures of anyone inside that gas station?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you find the person that you believed to be in that, getting out of that Bonneville, did you find that person's image on social media sites or in any other place that informed your next steps in the investigation?
Yes.
All right. So the person you believe to be Diamante Kendrick, what did you do once you believed it was Diamante Kendrick that you were looking at?
Well, I continued to watch the video, obviously, but I also, as I stated, endeavored to identify the other people. I mean, as you could probably determine by now, I thought there was an excellent chance that Javaris Bradford was also in the Bonneville.
Objection to his opinion.
All right.
Overruled.
Okay. And with respect to Javaris Bradford and Diamante Kendrick, was there anything about their actions while they were at that gas pump?
Overruled.
Was there anything about their actions while they were at that gas pump? Specifically, you mentioned another vehicle.
Well, there were a couple of vehicles. They were parked at that gas pump for a good long while, for over 30 minutes.
I'm going to object under 704B. It gets into the mental state of actors.
I don't believe the question calls for that.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
So,
ahead.
okay. You may continue. You said that
I'm sorry, what was the question now?
with respect to Mr. Bradford, you said that, and Mr. Kendrick, you said something about the length of time that they were at the gas station, at the gas pump.
Right, so they were there, the vehicle, the Bonneville was parked there from 6:41 p.m. to 7:17 p.m.
Okay.
At 7:17 p.m. it pulled off, and it pulled off simultaneously with another vehicle, with whom one of the occupants of the Bonneville.
Who was it that you believed you saw the other vehicle that pulled off simultaneously?
I'm going to object. Same objection.
It was Shaquille O'Neal. Like, what are we doing here?
Previously.
What did you say? Same objection as previous? Is that what you said?
Yes, in regards to his opinion of who he saw and best evidence also.
Your Honor, my question is, I hadn't finished it, but my question was, with respect to the vehicle that he saw driving off simultaneously, what informed the next step in his investigation in terms of
That's
what?
not what
You
you
may ask
asked,
that
lady.
question.
What about the interaction between the people in the Bonneville
She's just-
and the people in the vehicle that
lady
pulled off
lies so much, it's
simultaneously with the
crazy.
Bonneville informed the next steps in your investigation?
Well, one of the occupants of the Bonneville ran up to the other vehicle and had a conversation for about 30 seconds with the driver. That said occupant then ran back to the Bonneville, boarded the driver's seat of the Bonneville, and the two cars left simultaneously. And this was within 5 minutes of the drive-by shooting next door at 330 McDaniel Street.
Okay.
That is not what she asked at all. Why is this lady lying?
Did you
so
do
much?
anything to determine what vehicle it was that drove off simultaneously with the Bonneville you believe to be occupied by Diamante Kendrick?
Yes, I just looked at the video. It was clear enough. I could tell what kind of vehicle it was.
All right. Did you do anything to obtain any records, registration, or anything else as it related to the vehicle that pulled off simultaneously with the Bonneville that you believe Mr. Diamante Kendrick's occupied?
Yes, I sent a subpoena to various rental car companies to include Hertz.
All right. Why did you send a subpoena to various rental car companies?
Because
He's breathing on the mic like crazy. Hold on, I'm not sure why this is buffering, but we'll see if we can get it straight. I apologize, y'all. Come on, Law and Crime, don't do this.
sent a subpoena to various rental car companies to include Hertz.
All right. Why did you send a subpoena to various rental car companies?
Because As I reviewed the file, there was information contained therein that one of the parties of interest rented the vehicle that was utilized.
Okay. Were you able immediately to obtain any records of interest as it related to the vehicle that pulled off simultaneously with the Bonneville?
I did.
What was it that you were able to obtain?
A woman named Carolyn Fry, who worked for Hertz, apparently their custodian of records, emailed me documents that were responsive to my subpoena.
Okay. And what person did the documents that you received, what person did they relate to?
They related to Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. Once you got these documents from Ms. Fry, did you do anything to further look into them?
Well, I sought to obtain identify the location of the vehicle that was of interest to me, that being an Infiniti.
Okay. And what did you do to determine the location of that vehicle?
I believe I asked David White to just run the current owner information. It turned out it was owned by somebody in Mississippi. Rental car companies don't keep their cars for very long. It's since been sold.
Did you speak to people at Hertz to determine any interactions they may have had with the person who rented the vehicle?
I did not, no.
Did your investigator or someone on your team?
Investigator White did, and I believe he was also with a detective or detectives from the Atlanta Police Department at the time.
Okay. Once you got information about the vehicle that pulled off simultaneously, would you tell the jury if any other vehicle furthered your investigation into this matter? Well,
there was, in addition to the vehicle, that Infiniti from Hertz, there was a 2009 Volkswagen CC that also pulled up near the 2001 Pontiac Bonneville, and a occupant of that vehicle exited the Volkswagen CC and boarded the Bonneville. So I was eventually able to determine who the two people in the Volkswagen CC were as well.
You believe them to be?
Go
ahead.
Well, yes, who I believe them to be, yes.
Okay. And were you able to in any way confirm their identities?
Yes, because I talked to them.
Okay.
Well, that's something solid.
Once you spoke to the people who were in the Volkswagen, and once you determined who rented the vehicle that pulled off simultaneously with the Bonneville, what step did you take to gain more information into determining who's responsible?
Objection to the characterization of solving.
She rephrased.
You may answer.
Well, I tracked down those people that I at first believed to be on the footage, and then I interviewed them.
Okay. Now, on scene at that gas station, did you ever see anyone that you believed to be Kenneth Copeland?
No.
Okay. And did you ever see,
that's interesting,
as it relates to either of those vehicles in that footage, anyone that you believed to be Kenneth Copeland?
No, I did not see anybody that I believed to be Kenneth Copeland.
Okay.
This is sprinkled all up on that.
Were you able to obtain and review phone records for Kenneth Copeland?
I did.
All right. And what number did you review the records for?
Well, I'm going to have to, if I may, refresh my recollection on that.
Please do, and just let me know when you refreshed your memory.
Wait, what are we jumping to? So if Woody wasn't in the vehicle, why would he get his phone records? Are we going to a different point, different investigation? Because I'm a little confused here. Did y'all?
There we go. 678-278-5991.
Did you obtain phone records for anyone related to Kenneth Copeland in order to assist in your investigation? And I'll be specific. Did you ever obtain any information regarding either a Deshaun Quarterman or a Rontrez Brock?
Probably. I probably subpoenaed subscriber. I definitely know those names. And I definitely remember identifying their phone numbers.
Okay.
And if there's records in the file, then that means I sent a subpoena. I don't believe I got search warrants for those numbers. I don't think I had probable cause, but I was at least able to obtain, subscriber information and call detail reports.
Now, did you speak with anyone, or did you learn of anyone by the name of Sammy Davis during your time looking into this case?
I did.
Now, was that person already named in the file that you received from Detective Thorpe?
No.
How was it that you learned of the name Sammy Davis in this investigation?
So, I believe it was on September 26, 2016. I met with Mr. Donovan Thomas's mother.
With that, go ahead. You can go ahead.
And she mentioned that.
I'm going to object to it. I'm sorry, go ahead, Max.
Sustained.
Did you get information from Donovan Thomas's mother that led you to Mr. Davis?
Yes.
After speaking with Donovan Thomas's mother, did you see anything on the news media or television that was of interest to you?
There was some news footage.
Hearsay.
Yep. Shut it down.
Avoid hearsay in your response, please. I don't know if he's going to say it that way or not.
Still a weird question.
Go ahead.
You can go ahead and answer without
Yes.
what do you want to say? What did you see? Did you see footage of people being interviewed after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
All right. And were these people on scene the same night, or was this information that you viewed from?
Objection to the leading question.
And it'll be hearsay.
Sustained.
Dang.
What time in relation to the murder were these people being interviewed? By time, I do mean date-wise. Was it months after? Close in time, temporally?
As far as I know, after the murder that night.
That same night?
Yes.
Okay. And who was it that you were looking at in this interview? What was the name of the person, if you recall?
No, that I don't recall.
Okay. Was this person in any way able to give you information that led you to find Mr. Davis?
I never talked to this person.
Was the information that you saw on the television instructive in determining Mr. Davis as a person of interest?
I don't think so. That's not how I identified who Mr. Davis was. The news footage isn't how I identified him.
How did you go about finding Mr. Davis?
Well, I knew enough about them that I could reference this public records, and I don't really recall exactly how I did it. I just remember that I knew enough about this person's life that I was able to look at public records and eventually figure out get the name of Sammy Davis and the date of birth. And then I was able to find him and interview him, and he confirmed.
Hold on, don't say what he said. You were able to interview him?
Yes.
All right. Now, once you interviewed Mr. Davis, at that time, did you have other phone numbers that were of interest in your investigation?
There were many phone numbers that were of interest in my investigation.
Were there any that you used in your investigation more than others?
Well, yeah, I'm sure there were numbers that were more interesting to me than others. Yes.
Specifically, did you find a number or did you locate a number you believe to be associated with the demise McMullen?
I did.
What number was that?
Hold on, I'll have to refresh my memory on that.
Let me see. Control F 404.
There we go. That number was 470.
Your Honor, I'm actually going to object to that testimony. Any information that he received from hearsay would be inadmissible. I'd object to it.
From what would be?
Hearsay.
Your Honor,
Sustained.
I'm actually asking not whether it was. I asked him whether or not he found a number that he believed to be associated with this person.
That would be hearsay, Your Honor.
Yeah.
It's
how
not
the
talking
heck
about
would
what
we know
anyone else said. He hasn't even gotten into
that? It is because it's
other things that he
we don't
did
know where the
to
number came from.
To the extent
look
that he,
into that number.
to the extent that he received that information from someone else, and to the extent that it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, specifically that that number belongs to a certain person, that would be hearsay.
It is being,
Mr. Adams is
Sustained.
cooking.
Your Honor. all right. Did you look into
Poor Miss
or get
Love. I feel
and
bad for her
observe
today.
and review phone records for a phone number 504-975-3904?
I did.
What about phone number 504-346-9596?
Yes.
And 404-957-8008
Not a great day for Miss Love.
that you talked about previously, was that another number that assisted more than others in this investigation?
It did.
All right. Did you look at and review records for 678-542-3145?
Oh, yes.
And what about 470-262-2643?
Yes.
I got you going.
All right. Now, were you able to review any other case files to get information that aided you in the investigation of the Donovan Thomas murder? In other words, were there other incidents that you looked into obtaining information from?
Yes.
What incidents were those?
There were several.
I'm going to object. Hearsay.
And confrontation clause?
I don't know whether that's going to be the case or not.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for anything that anyone said. I'm asking about other
mic as
incidents
well?
that he
right.
reviewed.
I know what you're asking. I don't know how it's going to be answered.
Oh, Amy, look at Amy. She's coming after me for some reason. What is happening this Monday? Not Amy. She says, "ClassE, pick a side. Do you feel sorry for, does Miss Love feel sorry for those men sitting in jail? Did she feel sorry for making a sick man testify?" No, you're right. I just, it's just hard to watch somebody get cooked by the entire courtroom. Dang, man. I feel bad. I feel bad for Miss Love. I felt bad for Mr. Zachary. I feel bad for the defendants. I feel bad for Miss Love getting cooked up in here. Oh, man.
We need to avoid
Leave me
any
alone. Stop harassing
confrontation
me.
clause violations or hearsay, but I can't rule on that without.
Can you tell the jury the location of other incidents that you looked into?
Well, there were several.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Course of conduct, irrelevant.
Your Honor, I believe.
Well,
You know what? Let's take our morning break right now.
oh my gosh, really? No. Those are the only people we do not feel bad for, Barbie doll. We do not feel bad for the jury. You know why? Because they could have got out. They had the chance. We do not feel bad for the jury. Let me read a couple more of these super chats, and then we'll skip their morning break because we ain't got time for this. Let me see who we have in here. I think I stopped at Amy dropping the 100. Oh, good Lord. We got Michi in here, dropped the 2 bomb. Thank you so much, Michi, for showing love. We've got recused Judge Whitaker too. Oh, man. No, y'all aren't. I'm not letting it happen. Y'all are not getting rid of Judge Whitaker. I'm not stand for it. She's on the right track today. Let's give her some grace. She said, recused Judge Whitaker too says, good morning, ClassE in chat. Cat Not Williams member popping in to say hi. Y'all go show some love to Cat Not Williams. And thank you to Cat for sending some people over here too. I appreciate that. Peter Ortiz is in the building with the 2 bomb. Said she is trying to prove Woody isn't the shooter. Well, good luck with that. The cross-examining of Woody by Max Sharp, in my opinion, is going to be one of the most impactful cross-examinations that we've seen so far throughout this testimony. It was definitely most impactful to me. Again, we're acting as jurors, right? We're pretending like we're on the jury. Hearing the way Max and even Brian Steele leading up to that, the way they painted the picture of little Woody had the motivation, he had the means, he had all of these situations lined up, and he testified that Thug didn't know about what he was doing. Thug was trying not to get involved. Thug helped him get out of certain situations. That cross-examination by Max and Brian Steele absolutely changed the direction of this trial, in my opinion. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. I don't see them being able to show that Woody wasn't involved in some way, because we spent so much time on Woody's testimony and him being kind of an eyewitness to everything that went down and how things were working behind the scenes. So it's tough. Shout out to Dorothy Ann Seals. Welcome, the new gold member in here. Good to see you. PD Brokers in the building too. All right, let's skip the BS. Nobody wants to sit here and watch this break. Unless there's some more fireworks between Miss Love and the Honorable Judge Whitaker. Let me see. And what are y'all saying in the poll? For everybody watching the replay after this, I asked, why is the Honorable Judge Whitaker mad at Adriane Love? Is she mad because of the dog complaint? Because of the yellow coat? Because she's fed up with her? Or something else? Y'all let me know what you think in the chat and in the comments. Let's see what she says.
Can you step out?
Yes.
Mr. Sprinkle gonna go take a break. What is Judge Whitaker?
So I'm unclear where you're trying to go with this.
Oh no, not the buffer. They don't like me.
Which is why I'm not sure if those are valid objections or not.
Your Honor, as it relates to the other incidents that DDA Sprinkle obtained information relevant to this investigation, there were several, and I think that the jury has heard evidence of many of them. And the information that he got from those other case files and how he used it in this particular case, we believe is very relevant.
What do you expect his answer to be? What other case files? The alleged retaliatory back and forth that the state's theory has led to this? Or what? I mean, I don't know.
So no, and the state's theory is not that the back and forth, retaliatory back and forth.
Just answer what it is that you think that is going to be the other incidents.
Your Honor, the Dexter Montgomery incident, the Adele Drive incident,
and shout out to Amy dropping another 100
incidents that involved Mr. Copeland
Crazy. Thank you, Amy. Thank you.
and the information that he was able to obtain and how he used that information.
All right, and what are the objections?
All right. So the objection is relevance. The objection is that it explains his course of conduct, which is not necessary and not relevant. I think the predecessor court heard at length the information about Dexter Montgomery. Several witnesses were called, detectives, investigators, witnesses from the prison system. And so the jury has heard that evidence before. They have heard the evidence about the Adele Drive shooting, both from officers who have come before the court and testified about it, as well as individuals who were there at the location. They have heard from Mr. Copeland for a long time, and both videos of him, detectives testifying about him previously, officers testifying about him previously. All of this information has been put in front of this jury previously. There's no relevance to Mr. Sprinkle at this point saying, again, regurgitating all of those and saying why they were important to him or important to the investigation. What importance they have, ultimately, they can argue in closing, but the jury is already this is already before the jury. And so if I did not say that this evidence would be cumulative, I'll add that as well. But for the most part, it is irrelevant, and his course of conduct and why he found it to be important is not relevant to this jury.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Go ahead.
To the extent that
Talk to him, Mr. Adams.
DDA Sprinkle did and why he did it is irrelevant. We would ask that the court not allow the inquiry into why any other witness, officer, investigator did what they did as well. We believe that it allows the jury to assess what happened during this case, assess the motives, the reasons why steps were taken, and to rebut the inference that the defendants are attempting to cause the jury to draw that somehow or another anyone in this particular case was targeted.
All right, I'm overruling the
Wait.
Have you ever had a dream that you?
I'm sorry, but has the defense cross-examined him and we didn't know about it? What is she talking about? What the defense is trying to do? What? You don't get out of here, Miss Love.
Somehow or another, anyone in this particular case was targeted.
All right, I'm overruling the relevance objection and the cumulative objection, so he can say, you know, I also looked at XYZ file and then move on from there. And Mr. Sharp, what was your...
I was a little slow on the trigger, but I was also hoping to object to hearsay, and this is my concern.
Oh, look at Max with the gray suit.
Ms. Love just said, I just want to ask about information he obtained about these other cases, and from my understanding of Mr. Sprinkle's report, he didn't firsthand work or make observations of anything. He just, my understanding is he read police reports or perhaps, like in the case of Quindarius Zachary, he was in the proffer session, but all that is hearsay.
He utilized information.
Okay, so I mean, you need to be careful about how you ask the question. So if the question is, you know, he already said I looked at other files, so what were those files? And then what did you do? Not what did you glean from those files or why did you care, but just the next step, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, anybody, let's take our restroom break for the day, for the morning. Won't make it be the only one of the day, and come back here and get the jury back.
All right, I'm back, y'all. Let's go ahead and skip ahead. Slack said, just joined. Sorry, just joined. There was a bar complaint. Yeah, I just dropped the video on this on... What day did I say it was? on Saturday, I believe. And the video's title is, let me see. It was Adriane Love could be in big trouble for her behavior in the YSL trial. Go check it out. It's not good. And shout out to Amy actually for dropping that one and letting me know about that article too. Shout out to Amy, major sponsor of today's show. Showing so much love, man. Oh, Sean's in the building. What's up, man? Let's go ahead and skip through the BS. We don't have time for this. Oh, Law and Crime's actually doing commercials during their live stream now. Well, I'm definitely glad we've got a delay. Let me see. Where's Cat Not Williams at? Cat, are you still in here? Just a heads up, Law and Crime is doing commercials during the YSL trial. So be on the lookout for that. Oh, shout out to Sean. You know what time it is. Yeah, one of y'all, I'll be over there on Cat's live stream too. If y'all see Cat Not Williams in here, make sure you let her know that Law and Crime's running commercials. All right, Judge Whitaker's back. Yeah, she looks like she's not happy. What happened to her? Dang. There we go.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Take care, man. Oh, whoops. Mr. Sprinkle just knocked over the tissues.
Mr.
He said, whoops.
Sprinkle. We talked earlier about the numbers that you obtained records for and that you reviewed records for during the course of your investigation. Can you tell the jury whether you were able to find the number 404-621-4090 of any interest to you?
404-621-4090?
Yes.
Let's see. Yes.
And did you compare that number, 401-621...
404?
I'm sorry, 404-621-4090 to any other numbers? Did you do an analysis of that number in communication with any other number?
Well, I did. I saw that number in the cell phone records for Kenneth Copeland.
All right. Now, did you look at the time or whether that number communicated with the number that you had for Kenneth Copeland, 678-278-5991?
Yes, I did.
And would you tell the jury what time frames you saw that number communicating with 678-278-5991 that aided in your investigation?
Well, so it's 6:58 p.m. on the night of the murder, that being January 10th, 2015. That number 678-278-5991, the same being the number for Kenneth Copeland, that number called 404-621-4090.
And what times around the relevant time frame that you were looking at regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas, what times did that number communicate with the number for Kenneth Copeland?
Well, the phone call was at let's see, there was a phone call at 6:20 p.m. And another one at excuse me, 404-621-4090 called Kenneth Copeland at 6:20 p.m. and then Mr. Copeland called that number at 6:58 p.m.
Okay. Did you find the number of times numbers communicated with one another
You mean like the frequency, looking at a set of toll records and how many times a certain number was in communication with the number that is the subject of the toll records?
Yes, did you look at that?
So common call analysis, I'm sure I did. I generally do that in order to glean some sort of insight as to the identity. It's particularly useful when you don't know the identity of the person utilizing a certain number. If, for example, you have a number and you see that there's one number in particular with whom they communicate, the holder of the number communicates the most, you may be able to glean some insight as to who that number belongs to.
And did you determine whether there was communication between 470-217-6080 and 504-975-3904 or 504-346-9596?
So the phone number 470-217-60...
Slow down. Phone number
470-217-6080. I believe you're referring to Demise McMullen's number.
So without getting into who you believe the number belonged to, would you just answer the question regarding whether or not you saw any communication between that number and the two 504 numbers that I just mentioned around the time of the murder?
Let's see, I'm refreshing my recollection right now. Yes,
How long before or after the murder? What is the closest time that you saw those two numbers
Ryan,
communicating
we're
with
all
each
with
other
it.
during or around the time of the murder?
my recollection having been refreshed, notably what I remembered was that at 7:29 p.m. on the night of the murder.
29?
Yeah.
Okay.
7 minutes after the 911 call.
Uh-huh.
That number, that 470 number, called 504-975-3904.
Okay. Do you look at any other records in comparison with one another to aid in your investigation?
Yes, there were numerous phone records that I inspected during my investigation.
What records did you compare or look at in relation to one another that aided in this investigation, if you would give the numbers?
Well, let's see here. Are you just asking me which sets of phone records I examined?
More like, did you determine whether 404-629-7604 communicated with 678-278-5991, for instance, around the time of the murder?
7604. That number did...
Not saying who it is.
Okay. That number, the 404-629-7604, called 678-278-5991 at 6:27 p.m. on the night of the murder, that being January 10th, 2015.
And did those two numbers, did that 7604 number show up with any high or low degree of frequency in the 5991 records?
Yeah, from what I recall, it did. That was somebody I believed was a close associate of the holder of the 5991 record.
Say that again.
I believe that number you cited, the one that ends in 7604, is a close associate of the, or at least I believed to be a close associate.
Objection to his belief.
Did you look at it as if it were, did you analyze that number as if it were a close associate?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 510, Yankee. And I'll leave a copy for whomever wants to review it here on the stand. And ask you if you recognize do you recognize the picture and the date?
I do.
Okay. Did you obtain that particular picture and posting during the course of your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the photograph, date, and caption that you observed?
Yes.
The state tender states Exhibit 510 Yankee as evidence.
Admitted.
I think
May I approach?
Yes.
To ask the state, so
Isn't that right?
Good Lord, we're approaching again. Okay, Max is good. I like that gray suit though. That's nice. Miss Hilton's over there watching.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Don't mind her. She's just over there snooping.
Looking at State's Exhibit 510 Yankee on the screen.
I agree.
Whose social media account did you observe this photograph, caption, and date to be on?
Shannon Jackson, who also is known as Shannon Stillwell.
All right. And what is the handle or social media handle of this account?
OG_Bool, spelled BOOL.
And are you able to tell the jury, if we can zoom in a little bit so that it can be seen a little bit, the date and time of this posting?
January 10th, 2015 at 9:58 p.m.
And what is the caption?
Overlooking the city with a lot on my mind, followed by a series of, and when I say series, I mean 4 emojis that depict faces.
Okay. Now, at the time that you saw this, did you know where it was that this picture was taken from?
Looks like the inside of the Sky House
That would be
condominium.
based upon hearsay, Your Honor. I would object.
Sustained.
Yeah, come on now. You don't know where he was.
Your Honor,
No, Miss. What?
statement of,
Oh, how is she?
I don't,
even
I
arguing
think there's
this?
an exception, and I would like to say it to the court without announcing it.
Come up.
How is she arguing? Oh man. That's crazy. How is she gonna argue that that's not hearsay? I'll be interested. I wish we could hear what they were saying, because he doesn't know where he was.
And DA Sprinkle, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how, if at all, are you familiar with Sky House condominium?
I've been there before.
And based
Yeah, I bet you have. My mic's still
what you
on.
know
It's okay.
about Sky House condominium, are you able to tell the jury with respect to 510 why, where it appears that that photograph was taken.
Your Honor, I'm going to object and ask for some additional clarification. Knowing where a location is versus where a window is, the two different things. I'd ask for further clarification.
Again, I don't know what he's going to say. He says he's been there. Can you develop that further before he testifies as to the question, like develop that he has the foundation to testify to that?
Yes. And I'm showing you what has already been admitted as Defense Stillwell Exhibit 4-4. Would you look at Defense Stillwell Exhibit 4-4?
Okay.
Is the photograph in Defense Stillwell Exhibit 4-4 the same photograph that is in State's Exhibit 510 Yankee?
It is.
Is there a date on Defense Stillwell Exhibit 4-4?
Yes, it appears that there would have been, but and I can tell because there's a little pop-out bubble that indicates that there was. But anyway, there wasn't enough toner in the printer.
This is 403 and misleading the jury.
Sustained.
So, DA Sprinkle, when you pull social media records and you look at the actual records, is there anything about the record that will show you the date that a posting was made?
Yes. So this defense exhibit 44 that you just handed me, so if you go to Instagram and you mouse over the information in a post that displays how old the post is. In this case,
It does what?
And for example, on Defense 44, it says 109W, with W standing for weeks. If you're actually at a computer and you stick your mouse cursor, position it over 109, a date will pop up. There will actually be the date when it was posted. Here I see a box immediately below 109W, except the box has nothing in it.
Okay.
So that looks to me like that would, if you were to screenshot it, take a picture of your screen digitally, while you're mousing over that, and I know this because I've done it many, many times, then you should see the date of the post. I know that because that's how I capture posts on Instagram. Here, I don't see that. I don't know if there wasn't enough toner in the printer or what's going on, but
I'm going to object. That's a speculation then.
About the toner in the printer?
Come on, Mr. Adams.
There's no foundation for him he's certainly not an expert on mousing over a date. I would object that there's no foundation and that it calls for speculation.
Do you want to? I'm sustained at this point.
Funny.
Is that a picture?
Well, Your Honor, I have
He
an
is not
objection
a
as well.
toner expert, Your Honor.
Seeing as now a foundation's been laid, I'd ask the court to instruct the jury as to why that box is blank.
Okay.
He said it was blank.
Overruled.
And, Your Honor, if I may ask for assistance from Mr. Kokomo, who to display Defense Stillwell.
You'll come up here for a minute.
Oh, Lord. I've never heard someone say mousing over in my life. Sounds like something your grandma would say. Y'all stop mousing around over there. What is happening today? Boy, this is a mess. I don't know who said it earlier, but they definitely jinxed it. This is a very stereotypical Monday. Talking about mousing over and objecting to him saying there was enough toner in the printer. What? Wild day. How are y'all feeling so far? Good morning, everybody.
Tell the jury what it is that informs your opinion as to what
This is the clips tomorrow.
where the location of the photo in State's Exhibit 510 and DS 44 are.
just having reviewed other photos in the case A, and B, just having been to that building and and therefore knowing its general location and looking at the exterior, that is the outside of the window. It looks to be that particular building at 1080 West Peachtree Street.
Okay.
Your Honors, may I now put upon this witness that question? And is there...
I would still object that there's not been sufficient foundation for that particular photograph and location.
Overruled.
And where is it that it appears that the photograph that is in the exhibit before you and S44 were taken?
So somewhere within the Sky House condominiums at 1080 West Peachtree Street.
Mr. Kokomo, may I have your assistance in displaying DS44? Now, DA Sprinkle, will you please tell the jury whether these two photographs, 510 Yankee from State's Exhibit 510 Yankee and Defense Stillwell 44 are captured from the same social media site?
They are, yes, they are. The names differ because you can change your Instagram name whenever you like, and depending on when you capture it, it'll just capture the name that the person goes by at that moment. But yeah, they're the same.
And what is the social media handle for Defense Stillwell Exhibit 44?
SB_ with the shit. All one word with no dots, dashes, or any other manner of punctuation in between the words with the shit.
How many social media sites have you reviewed and been able to hover over a photograph to determine the date that the photograph was posted?
Thousands.
All right. And on Defense Stillwell Exhibit 44, are you able to make the determination that you made earlier to the jury based on those thousands of reviews of social media sites and pages regarding the date?
Well, yes. I mean, that box that appears where the date would normally be. Now, if that was superimposed into the image from some other means, I don't know. All I know is that when you mouse over the age, that's when navigating your mouse cursor over the age of the post, it will pop up in a little box. It will say the specific date that it was posted. I see such a little box on DS44, however, there is nothing in it.
Okay. I'm showing you now what has been labeled as State's Exhibit 524 Yankee. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 524 Yankee?
I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 524 Yankee?
This is a image from Twitter that I captured, where I utilized that method, in fact, where the Twitter's a little bit different. It doesn't just say like 3 weeks old. They actually put the date. And the date here is January 10th, 2015. And when I moused over it, the specific date or time on January 10th, 2015 popped up.
Sorry, specific time.
Specific time on January 10th, 2015 popped up.
All right. Your Honor, the state tender State's Exhibit 524 Yankee as evidence.
Can I see that? That's admitted.
Thank you. Now, before we publish State's Exhibit 524 Yankee, would you tell the jury who it is that is depicted in 510 Yankee and Defense Stillwell 44?
That's Shannon Stillwell, a.k.a. Shannon Jackson.
Okay. Can we go ahead and publish 524 Yankee? It's coming.
Y'all think he's a mousing expert? Does he have his mousing certification?
And while we are publishing that, would you tell the jury who is depicted in State's Exhibit 524 Yankee?
This would be Diamante Kendrick, a.k.a. Yak, a.k.a. Yak Gotti.
All right. And is that from the Twitter account or Twitter feed of defendant Diamante Kendrick?
It is.
All right. And what is that handle?
Yak Gotti, and that's spelled Y-A-K-G-O-T-T-Y, or excuse me, G-O-T-T-I _
All right. Now, what is the date and time that photograph was posted?
January 10th, 2015 at 7:35 p.m.
Okay. is there a caption to this photograph that is depicted in 524 Yankee?
All right, if I see that real quick. There is.
And what is it?
Y'all ends know me, Santana voice.
I thought he was gonna
Hashtag maniac back. All one word, spelled MANIACBACK with no punctuation in between the maniac and the back.
Okay.
Y'all remember Brian Steele was like, you know, N-I-G-G.
And is the photograph or the posting on the screen what you just read to and described for the jury, if we could blow it up a little?
Yes, that's it.
And the black box at the top with the date and time in it, is that the one that you were describing?
Yes, it is.
All right. Thank you. Were you also able to get the Twitter feed for a Quindarius Zachary?
I did. I found that as well.
All right. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 526 Yankee, consisting of 259 pages.
Dang, Lauren.
And I'll ask you as I approach with part of that exhibit, if 526 Yankee is the Twitter feed that you obtained for Quindarius Zachary. Here's your name. You know, just, if you could just look at it and compare it with what you have.
All right.
So I feel like I also asked everybody to have their witnesses review these kind of things beforehand, so they didn't need to do them on the stand. Okay, so if you previously reviewed this for your testimony, you don't need to do it again now.
She said, get to it, Mr. Sprinkle.
Does 526 Yankee appear to be
trying to get the lunch.
the Twitter feed that
My
you
mic is
captured
low.
for Quindarius Zachary?
Yes, that I saved. Yes, it is.
All right. And is that a fair and accurate reflection of the Twitter feed that you captured and saved for Quindarius Zachary?
It is.
State tenders 526 Yankee.
We would object on a variety of grounds. Number one, that it is hearsay. Number two, that it violates the confrontation clause. And number three, that there's been no authentication that these are legitimate Twitter records.
Okay, well, that's not anything that we can sort out in this instant.
If the court will allow me, I have a
Why
response.
don't we move on to something else for a little while, and we'll deal with that over lunch as well.
Yes, Your Honor. Would the court allow me to
No, we'll deal with
Okay.
it over lunch.
She said, no, is what she said.
Will do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Miss Love is about to get
So DDA Sprinkle, when
cooked
you
at lunchtime.
reviewed the social media accounts for Quindarius Zachary, for Diamante Kendrick, for Shannon Stillwell, did you observe or did you review the social media accounts for any of the other persons in this courtroom today?
Yes.
Whose?
I believe,
And if you need to refresh your recollection, please do so.
okay, I believe Jeffrey Williams.
Okay?
I looked at his. Diamante Kendricks we already discussed.
Okay?
Shannon Stillwell, or Shannon Jackson.
Okay.
That's all I can remember for right now.
Have you reviewed the social media account for Rodelius Ryan for any reason at all?
Yeah, I believe I did. It wasn't with regard to this investigation. No.
It wasn't in regards to the Donovan Thomas investigation?
No.
Okay. Now, what information did you use from the social media accounts you just described to the jury that aided in your investigation?
Well, there was a lot of things. I mean, there's photos and videos that depict certain things, and these things, for example, would be who people.
Were you able to see any associations that?
Yes.
Objection as to hearsay.
Overruled.
Yeah. I mean, if I see a photo, and I'm not naming anybody specifically, but if I take a look at a photo on a social media page, and I see that it depicts, say, 4 people, and they're all together and they appear cordial, then from that I can say, well, they at the very least were cordial in that instance. And if I see multiple photographs that show that, then I say, well, it seems like that perhaps they're associates. And then from there I can continue to
Objection
delve.
to the speculation.
Overruled.
And then from there, if possible, I'd get a search warrant. I'd be able to find communications. And if the communications concern some of these parties that appear together, then I would be able to glean a little bit more insight into their relationship.
Okay. And when gathering these social media pages and sites, are there phone numbers associated with them as well?
Yes.
All right. Did you look at any particular locations of interest as it related to those phone numbers that you gathered during your investigation? Without saying what you did, but did you look at, for instance, places like the Green Store?
I did.
All right. And did you look at, for instance, places
Objection
like...
to the leading question.
Sustained.
Did you look at residents?
I did.
Okay. Did you look at other businesses?
Yes.
All right. Did you look at restaurants?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you said that you have been to Sky House condominiums before.
Interesting. Uh-oh. Y'all give me a second.
Do you have to do anything to get inside?
I believe there was some. I believe there was.
It is. Yeah, I agree.
Thing to get inside.
I believe.
Well, I guess he's just saying from his recollection, though.
You have.
Come on, Law and Crime. Don't do this to me. Oh, man. Y'all give me 1 second.
Now, when you said that you have been to Sky House condominiums.
Appreciate you, PD.
condominiums before. Do you have to do anything to get inside?
I believe there was some. I believe there was some sort of controlled access.
Okay.
To get inside, I don't remember. Was it? I think it was Investigator Marissa Viverito.
I'm going to show you. We're looking at a portion, page 153 of a report that you did. Refresh your recollection.
Sure. Oh, yes. I see.
Without talking about what it is.
See trees of green.
Okay, I see that, yes.
So was there any sort of controlled access for Sky House condominiums?
Yeah, I might try that.
Well, there was a
Midtown.
there was a call box.
Okay. And what does that call box, what do you have to do?
Well, you would call it in order to get access to the building. I just can't specifically remember if when I went there I was required to do that.
Shout out to Randall.
You know, given that I went there in my capacity as a government. Government employee.
Okay.
But I know that I identified that in my capacity as a government employee.
Okay.
But
Nick said I was falling asleep. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta figure out why.
I know that I identified that there was a call box, the number for that call box, etc.
Was it controlled access?
Yes.
All right. Did you also look at the phone records for a 404-823-8553? And I'll ask you to, if you need to refresh your memory, I'll show you page 155 of the report that you authored.
Yes, I did. I looked at those.
All right. And who was that number registered to?
Objection, hearsay.
Yep, that's correct as well.
And ask additional foundational questions. How did you obtain those call information?
Yeah, I apologize, y'all. This should not be buffering this bad. Let's see. Might have to try 11 Alive. Let me see.
Objection, hearsay.
I can ask additional foundational questions. How did you obtain those call information, those call logs? Did you get or subpoena the call records from the telephone company?
I had those records, and I believe I obtained them from another investigator.
Okay. Now, would you tell the jury whether, when you spoke of looking at other incidents, whether any of those other incidents involved an artist by the name of Lil Wayne?
Yes.
And what incident was that you looked at?
There was a instance.
Objection, that's going to call for hearsay.
Overruled.
You may answer.
There was an incident in 2015 in which that Lil Wayne, I believe his name is Wayne Carter.
It is Wayne Carter, yes.
When his tour bus while traveling along the interstate was sustained ballistic damage from a firearm.
And did you obtain or look at any phone records provided by the lead detective in that case?
I did.
All right. What phone number was that?
That was the number that...
Just give me the digits.
Objection to hearsay.
For the
As to the phone number involved? So it,
Yes.
the sustained.
Okay. Your Honor, it's not making an assertion, we're just asking if you got a phone number, not who it belongs to.
Your,
Sustained.
you can
Stop
ask a
arguing.
different question, but the phone number you asked, I mean, the question that you asked called for hearsay.
All right. Did you identify any numbers of interest while looking at that investigation?
I did.
And what number was that?
That would be hearsay. Objection.
Sustained.
Try again.
Were you able to review the records for the number that you found pertinent to your investigation?
I did.
And did you observe or review communications made in those records?
The logs of incoming and outgoing calls and text messages, yes.
What number did you review incoming and outgoing calls and text messages from as it relates to that
Objection.
investigation?
That would be hearsay.
Sustained.
She's trying to get there. I don't know how she gets this question in.
I'm going to show you, but it's already been admitted.
Should have had this ready. Just Whitaker's gonna pop off again. Uh-oh. Just waiting for it. I'm bracing for it. Come on, Miss Love. You got it. Oh my gosh.
Did you review the records for 770, or did you see in any of the records that you reviewed for 504-975-3904 communication with a number, and if you need to look on your report, let me know, 770-881-1440?
I did.
Okay.
And what did you observe about that number?
Were you able to determine anything about whether that call picked up or didn't pick up?
I'm not rooting for her. I just feel bad she's getting majorly cooked today.
Well, yeah, it appeared to me that the call was answered.
Okay.
Actually, I take that back. I don't know that. I can't tell that it was answered. No, it's not apparent to me that that call was answered. No, I could just see there was an incoming call.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why we're buffering so bad right now. I apologize, though. Let me see if I can. I don't want to go any lower in the quality.
Just one thing.
I don't really feel that bad for her. don't want to refresh just because.
Okay.
I don't want to start over.
I'm going to now show you what has been
Come on, Ms. Love. There we go.
Did you ever have an occasion to speak with anyone by the name of Kenya Morton without saying anything that that person said?
I did.
Okay. And did you have an occasion to speak with anyone who answered to a nickname Bushi?
Well, yes, that's Kenya Morton.
Okay. Were you ever able to review any calls made from the Fulton County Jail to a Kenya Morton?
I did.
And who were those calls made from?
Diamante Kendrick.
All right, now we're getting there.
Were you able to review
Yeah.
calls from the Fulton County Jail that involved a defendant Williams, a person identifying themselves as defendant Williams' sister or Dolly?
Yes.
Okay. And who were you able, if you can recall, who were you able to review calls between Dolly, that Dolly had
Objection, that's going to
conversations
be
with?
hearsay.
Sustained.
Were there any particular PIN numbers associated with persons who communicated with Dolly?
Yeah, it was Martinez Arnold.
Also be hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you capture those calls?
Yes. If you mean by capture, if you mean did I save them and preserve them, yes.
And did you bring to court with you recording discs that contain the data that you captured as it relates to phone calls and jail calls in this case?
I brought multiple discs
Okay.
that capture with the jail call recordings on them.
Okay. And which recordings did you bring to court with you that you captured?
Well, so the last time I was here, last week or the week before, there was calls to 404-957-8008. And I believe you have those. Let's see. I also have calls to a 404-629-7604.
And these are calls from the Fulton County Jail to those numbers?
Yes, this would be a call or calls to the Fulton County Jail to 404-629-7604. 404-629-7604.
Okay.
I have calls associated with inmate Antonio Sledge.
And what number was?
Oh, those are just all calls that were either placed from his account or numbers that he called frequently.
Okay.
I have calls, Shannon Jackson, aka Shannon Stillwell, calls either placed from his account or numbers that he called frequently.
Okay.
I have calls for Demekion Garlington, same thing, where they're the calls that either placed from his account or numbers that he called frequently. Mm-hmm. Calls from Kenneth Copeland. These were actually placed from the federal facility, the federal jail in Clayton County. And well, it's not just Kenneth Copeland, it's other numbers that are of interest.
Okay.
And I believe that's it.
Okay.
Apart from the ones that I already handed to you last time I was on
And
the
are
stand.
those that you handed to me last time in front of you to your right above the exhibits? Right in front?
Oh, here we go. Yes, there are two. There's the Spencer calls that Spencer Wright called from the Atlanta City Jail and calls to 404-957-8008.
Okay.
Yes, we do, Lauren. Yes, we do.
Did you also have an occasion to review any information related to an aerial backs?
I did.
Oh, what? Yeah, that might be why we're having internet issues.
Did you ever speak with aerial backs?
Folks
I did.
All right. And when did you speak with aerial backs?
That would be on, a matter of fact, I have that right here as well. That, and I'm going to refer to the disc with the interview to refresh my recollection. That would be on August 31st, 2018.
Okay. Did you see any communication going back to cell phone records between
we're going to get to cross-examination.
a number 470-262-2643 and 504-975-3904. And if you would refer to page 91 of your report if you need to refresh your memory.
The 2643 and what other number was that?
3904.
Yes, I did.
Did you see communication between those two numbers?
Yes, I did.
Were there more than one calls exchanged between those numbers?
Yes.
Oh, Amy's ready for lunchtime.
Did you
We've got
have
cross-examination
in the
coming up
file
next, y'all.
that you
Get ready.
received from Detective Thorpe interviews, or were you aware of any interviews of anyone else that was conducted on the night or within hours of the Donovan Thomas murder, besides Kenneth Copeland?
Yeah, the police spoke with multiple people that evening.
Okay.
Thank you, Amy.
Just 1 second.
And y'all are saying this is yellow. It almost looks like a neon green. Oh, y'all are saying Mutombo passed away? Dang.
Your Honor, at this time, I I would like to reserve the opportunity to, after putting up a different witness, call this witness back to the stand. But at this time, this concludes this portion of the examination of this witness.
All right. Do any of the defendants want to cross-examine at this stage? All right. Go ahead, Mr. Adams.
Do y'all believe he was only 58? I thought he was a lot older than that. He had brain cancer. He died right here in Atlanta. All right, come on, Mr. Adams. You know, he's been waiting. He's been objecting all day, so he's ready to go on this one.
All right. Mr. Sprinkle, good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. All right, as I understand it, and you and I have met before, is that true?
Yes.
All right. You are a deputy district attorney with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
I am.
You have been so employed, as you've indicated in your testimony, for since 2013. Does that sound about right?
2011.
2011. Okay.
You know he's going to correct you.
One of the things that you talked about initially, I think your testimony perhaps when you were here last, was your specific role in regards to reviewing case files.
Yes.
Recall that. I heard you say, and you tell me if this is accurate, that sometimes when a file comes to you from an investigating agency, that it is not always, in your words, complete.
Yes.
And you testified, did you not, that it would be your job or your duty, your responsibility to do some additional work. That may not be the word you use. You may have said investigation. I'm not sure.
I understand. Yes. If it's not complete insofar as we don't believe that it would be appropriate to present it to a grand jury and subsequently a trial.
Right. Because, of course, your interest as an assistant district attorney is to make sure that cases are properly put before the court or put before a jury. True?
Correct.
And in fact, when you, one of your duties as a district attorney is to make sure that there is sufficient evidence or appropriate evidence presented in a case that goes before a court, goes before a jury. Correct?
Yes.
All right. Because it is important to make sure that people who need to be prosecuted are prosecuted, right?
Yes.
It is important to make sure that people who should not be prosecuted are not prosecuted.
That's correct.
You do not want, and your duty, I believe, encompasses this, you do not want to have someone charged or arrested or their freedom taken for an offense that they did not commit. True?
Your Honor, that's an answer in.
Overruled.
Is that true?
How is that?
That's true.
Answer?
Okay. And so I want to talk to you about a number of things, but I want to start by asking if I'm correct that when you came into this case in 2016, the case had already been with the detectives Gaither, Dennis, and Thorpe, right?
That's correct. Those were the detectives that primarily were the ones that I knew of that had been working on it, yes.
Work had already been done on the case as far as you knew.
Yes.
In fact, people had already been arrested in this case.
Yes.
And I'm talking specifically about Donovan Thomas's murder.
That's right.
All right. Because that's what you were looking at.
That's right.
And so you knew by the time that you came into this that there were 4 people who were sitting in the Fulton County Jail who had been charged by the detectives whose name we've just referenced.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
With the murder of Donovan Thomas.
That's correct.
Kenneth Copeland, Shannon Stillwell. Who else?
Antonio Sledge and Demiki and Garlington.
All right.
I got you.
those people, as far as you knew when you picked up this file, had already been investigated by the detectives, true?
That's true.
And by the way, you had worked previously. I mean, you knew who detectives Gaither, Dennis, and Thorpe were. You know who they were.
Yeah, I knew who they were, yes.
You'd worked with them previously.
I had.
Right? And so you came into this with people arrested, believing that the work had been done properly to have these 4 folks in the Fulton County Jail, right?
Well, that was my hope.
Right, right. That turned out not to be the case, right?
Correct.
In fact,
oh, he's about to get Fulton County.
Tell me if this is right. I think you testified to this, that there was the interview of this gentleman named Spencer Wright in, what was it, October the 19th of 2015?
That sounds right, yes.
All right. And that
2015, did you say 2015?
2015.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And that interview was done by Detective Thorpe, correct?
Correct.
And the next day, the 20th, is when Detective Thorpe went in front of a judge and got an arrest warrant for the 4 people whose names we've just mentioned.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
All right. And those 4 people were arrested and put in jail as a result of the investigative work that had been done by those detectives whose names we've just referenced.
Well, when you say those detectives, I would not, Detectives Gaither and Dennis, I wouldn't group them into that. It was Detective Thorpe that was the affiant on the arrest warrants for Mr. Sledge, Mr. Garlington, Mr. Copeland, and Mr. Jackson, a.k.a. Mr. Stillwell.
Right. So one person swore out the warrant. That was Detective Thorpe, right?
That's correct.
But you're certainly aware that over the course of the investigation from January of 2015 to the time that Thorpe went and took out that arrest warrant in October of 2015, that he had communication and collaboration with Detectives Dennis and Detective Gaither. You know that, right?
Well, he sat in on interviews with them. Some of these interviews that we've discussed or I discussed on direct. So, yeah, and they work for the same agency. So, yes, I would say yes.
Right, and looking at your, what you've termed, maybe we've termed, the Sprinkle Report, right, where you kind of reviewed this case, looking at that report, you know that there were times when, for example, Thorpe would go and consult with either Gaither or Dennis about a particular individual that they were investigating. True?
I don't, it would seem like it would seem that would be the common sense thing that would have happened, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but I don't know what kind of I don't know what kind of conversations Detective Thorpe had with Detective Gaither and or Detective Dennis.
Okay, well here's a for instance. You know that there were interviews of Kenneth Copeland where Thorpe, Gaither, and Dennis were all present.
Yes,
right? and in fact, what was it, 9-10 hours worth of interviews of Kenneth Copeland?
There was one interview that was over 9 hours long. So, and there were multiple interviews with him. So it was over 9 hours. It suffices to say.
Right. So getting back to my, the question I asked a little while ago, you certainly had information that these 3 detectives, Thorpe may have been the one who took out the warrant, right?
Yes.
But these 3 detectives were in contact, in communication with each other in regards to Donovan Thomas's murder. You knew that.
Yes.
Right. And ultimately, what happened is that they arrested the wrong people, didn't they?
As to vagueness and the word they.
Sustained.
Okay. Ultimately, the Detective Thorpe with the Atlanta Police Department, after consulting or talking to Gaither and Dennis, took out for these 4 individuals, charged the wrong people with the murder of Donovan Thomas, correct?
To that question, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you, one of the things that you did when you first began to kind of look into what had happened in this matter is that you realized, and you said this in your report, if I'm wrong, maybe I'm reading it wrong, you correct me, okay?
Okay.
But one of the things that you said in your report is that it seemed as though the arrest of these individuals, by the way, these folks were arrested. I mean, they weren't just like suspected. They were actually put in jail, right?
We got that.
Okay.
Go ahead and ask your question.
All right, get in there.
Come on, Mr. Adams.
You said that this was almost entirely based on the statement of Mr. Spencer Wright.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. And it turned out that Detective Thorpe, or whoever else was involved, did a ridiculously poor job of vetting or looking into Spencer Wright's statement. Isn't that true?
Well, there was surveillance video that Mr. Wright said he was a specific place, and there was video that would have showed whether or not he was there. That apparently was not inspected very closely prior to obtaining arrest warrants.
Right, well, in terms of not investigated fully, Spencer Wright, Thorpe spoke to Spencer Wright on the 19th of October, right?
That's no good.
When you came into the case, one of the first things that you thought to do was to really examine the statement from Mr. Wright. Is that true?
Yes.
And you did so?
I did.
And you spoke to him?
I did.
One of the second or third things that you did, right, just using some common sense, was to go and look for video around the location where you thought Spencer Wright would have been, right?
That's right.
And you did that.
I did.
And you were able to find it.
I was.
And it was pretty easy.
It was.
Detective Thorpe, before arresting folks based on your words, almost entirely the statement of Spencer Wright, never took the time to even go look for video where Spencer Wright supposedly would have been, did he?
Well, that I don't know. You would have to ask Detective Thorpe that.
Well, did you? Did you ask Detective Thorpe that?
Oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, shoot.
I'm sure I did.
Wow.
Let me guess. The answer was that he had not done it, right?
I remember the answer he gave at the preliminary hearing about the video.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. When you come into the case in 2016, was there any video that had been procured from that location? By Detective Thorpe? Where the bus stop, where Spencer Wright would have been?
Yes.
Was there?
Yes, there was a video camera, and in the viewable area of that camera was the bus stop where Mr. Wright said that he was standing at the time of the homicide.
Right. Had anyone gotten that video?
Yes.
Who did?
It was the specific investigator was probably either Frederick Page or Teague, Jason Teague, but ultimately it wound up in the possession of Detective Thorpe.
Okay. Before these four individuals were arrested or after?
Before.
Okay. And so even having the videotape that you looked at and that you made a determination was pivotal in the arrest or in the case.
Uh-oh.
Even having that information, Detective Thorpe still went ahead and swore out the warrant for the wrong people on October the 20th?
That's right.
Dang. Ooh-wee.
You
got him.
So
you got him.
After you realized that Thorpe had not done what should have been done in the case, right? You went a little bit further, and you got some recorded phone calls of Spencer Wright. True?
I did.
And you were able to listen to those calls. And I'm not asking you what was said, but the contents of those calls, you were able to listen to those, right?
I did.
And those were also instrumental in convincing you that here we are in 2016, that the wrong decision had been made by by the detective, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so, would I be correct, sir, that you then, realizing as an assistant district attorney, charged with the duties that we've just talked about, used all deliberate speed at that point and said, you know what? Detectives messed it up, got the wrong people in jail. We got to get them out of jail right now.
Yeah.
Wow. He actually
Well,
said that?
I disclosed all of this to the defense attorneys at the time. I can't remember if they. Well, Antonio Sledge got out of jail pretty quick because that case was just thrown out at the preliminary hearing. The other ones, I would have to review the record. I know that. Well, I'll just leave it at that. I don't. If they were in jail, I don't know if it was just on this or other things. I just don't know.
Okay. Did you do? What do you call it down here in Fulton? Is it an NPGJ, not presented to the grand jury when you dismiss a case?
Yeah, it's a form. It's I don't know what it. I don't remember what it. It basically says we're not presenting the case. The evidence is not sufficient. We're not presenting. That is, the DA's office is not presenting the case to the grand jury at this time.
Okay. And so when you realized
You're hearing them right, Melissa.
what had happened in this case, when did you file such a form?
Well, so that would have been the elected DA at the time, Paul Howard, that would have authorized or maybe have even signed that himself. But Kenneth Copeland, well, no, I believe that was done with Kenneth Copeland.
Mm-hmm. When?
I don't recall the date.
Does 2017 sound about right?
Yes.
Okay.
It does. I don't that. Again, I don't recall the exact date, but that does sound about right. Mr. Sledge, his was thrown out like January of 2016, I believe, whenever the preliminary hearing was.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as Garlington, and Mr. Jackson, aka Mr. Stillwell's, was never thrown out. And as for Mr. Garlington, I don't know. I don't know if there was an MPGJ filed on him or not. There should have been.
Ooh, he said there should have been. Oh, damn, look at his love. Oh my God. Y'all see Miss Love squirm after he gave that extra little piece of information? He said there wasn't one filed, but there should have been. Sheesh. Oh, man. And then he tried to play it off. He said, well, Shannon, he he got out pretty easy. It wasn't a big deal.
No, I don't know if there was an MPGJ filed on him or not. There should have been.
Okay.
Oh, man. I got to hear that again.
As you're reviewing the evidence in the case, and we've just talked about Spencer writing that information, you talked earlier and you were asked questions about this other video that you looked for. Remember that?
I did.
And you remember a little while ago you were asked questions about video from the Texaco gas station.
Yes.
Okay. You remember, and I think you testified that there was this video that you received, or that you were able to review, of vehicles at the Texaco gas station not far from the barbershop around the time that the incident occurred. All right?
That's correct.
You talked earlier, if I'm right, about this Pontiac Bonneville, right?
That's correct.
You talked about other vehicles that you saw, correct?
Correct.
You talked about individuals that you saw there at the at that gas station, right?
That's correct.
You were asked by the prosecutor whether you saw Kenneth Copeland on any of those videos. Remember that question?
I do remember it.
Your answer was no.
That's right.
Because you did not see Kenneth Copeland at that gas station, that Texaco, sometime around the time that the murder occurred, right?
That's correct.
All right. You weren't asked, so I'm going to ask you, whether you saw Jeffrey Williams on that video at the Texaco at around the time that the murder occurred.
Okay.
Did you?
No, I didn't see Jeffrey Williams on there, no.
And you looked at the entirety of the video, right?
I did.
I think I heard you say that on all, I don't know if you said all of them, a lot of the videos you went back and you looked at them multiple times, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, January 10th, 2015, somewhere between, let's say, 6-something and 6:50 and 7:30, the time that you looked at the Texaco, Jeffrey Williams is not on any video getting out of any car, getting into any car at the Texaco down the street from the front barbershop. True?
That's true.
Oh, man. Look at Miss Love. Ooh, wee. How did they recover from this, y'all? Mr. Adams is just going through and going. Job is done.
Okay.
Shout out to Chef Adams. Y'all type Chef Adams in the chat. Sheesh.
I heard you say that one of the things that interested you when you looked at that video, the text code, is that you saw an infinity. You remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. And you became interested in doing some additional research or investigation on that infinity vehicle. You remember that?
I do, but actually, I think that if we're talking about when I decided to do certain things, I may have actually conducted additional research on the Infinity before it caught my attention on the Texaco footage. I can't remember the exact, but just to be precise, yeah, I mean, it was probably around that time, but yeah.
But one of the things that we know for a fact is that you determined that you wanted to get more information about this rental vehicle, right?
Yes, that's right.
And you did. You and or your investigator made contact with the folks at Hertz, right?
It started with me when I sent the subpoena to Hertz. And then after that, after receiving some documents from a woman named Carolyn Fry, then I asked David White to travel to the location where the vehicle was rented and speak with the staff at that location.
Okay. So let me ask you some very specific questions about any information that you gleaned about that rental vehicle. You testified earlier that one of the things you were able to determine is that the vehicle was rented in the name of Jeffrey Williams. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Right. You were not able to determine who it was that actually rented the vehicle, just that it was in the name of Jeffrey Williams. Isn't that right?
It was in the name of Jeffrey Williams, his driver's license number, and a signature. There's a signature as well.
Now, tell me the date that vehicle was rented.
From what I remember, January 7th, 2015.
All right, so that would have been 3 days before January 10th of 2015, correct?
That's right.
All right. Now, tell me, if you can, who had possession of that vehicle on January the 8th of 2010?
2015?
What did I say, 2010? 2015, yes.
Yes, I don't know.
You don't know who had possession of that vehicle on January the 9th of 2015, do you?
I do not know.
And you certainly don't know who had possession of the vehicle, no personal knowledge of who had possession of that vehicle on January the 10th, 2015.
If we're talking about actual possession,
possession,
then no, I do not know.
Okay.
Chef Adams is in the building.
You never strike that. By the time you came into this case, that rental vehicle, I mean, it had been at this point, what, a year since the incident? We're talking January 2016 is when you're in this case?
Yes, I obtained the records from Hertz in 2016. It would have been over a year. It would have been around April of 2016 when I obtained the records from Hertz.
Okay. Now.
Yeah, Miss Love is shook right now.
I want to ask you about some of the things you did not do. Okay?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
You referenced earlier there were a lot of numbers being, phone numbers being kind of, I don't want to say thrown at you, but put in front of you in terms of where you were able to get information on this phone number and that phone number, the frequency of communication. You remember those questions?
I do.
And you did in fact have the ability to procure phone records by way of either subpoena or search warrant or court order.
That's correct.
Okay. You were able to get a lot of different phone numbers on people that you thought or individuals you thought might have been of some interest in the case. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. You also, when you request those phone records, you have the ability to request cell site or cell tower information, correct?
That's correct.
Now, and I know you're not an expert, but you are familiar with utilizing, maybe with an expert, cell site and cell tower information to try and make a determination as to where someone might have, or where a phone might have been at a particular time. True?
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with plotting cell phone records. I'm not like an FBI CAS team member or anything like that, but I can hold my own.
Right.
Yeah,
So
yes.
having
Barbecue chicken.
listened to Kenneth Copeland's statements, and you did that, all right? Mm-hmm. Having listened to his statements, one of the things that you would have wanted to do, I presume, I'm asking, is try and determine whether or not you could corroborate certain information in his statement. Is that about right?
That's about right.
All right. He gave, like we said, at least one 9-hour statement, and he gave a lot of statements. There was a lot to listen to from Kenneth Copeland.
Yes.
Right. And he gave information that you would have used to follow up in your investigation.
That's correct.
All right. The name Demekian Garlington came up in your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. There was this reference in listening to Kenneth Copeland's statements. There was this reference to a conversation, phone calls that he would have had with Garlington, right?
That's correct.
And it would have been some interest to you to figure out whether or not what Kenneth Copeland was saying, not just about that, but everything was corroboratable, was true.
Yes.
Right? Or whether Kenneth Copeland was lying to y'all, lying to the detectives, not y'all, because he had already been interviewed, right?
Right, that's right.
Because you considered him to be a pivotal witness in the case.
Yes.
Right? And some of the things that he said you would have considered to be pivotal things that you wanted to follow up on, right?
Yes.
And if you have a witness, just like Spencer Wright, for example, if you have a witness who you think has pivotal information, but that witness is proven to be a liar, that's something that you want to know in regards to the investigation. True?
That's true.
And one of the things you could have done in regards to Kenneth Copeland and any statements he said, phone calls he said he may have had with someone named Demekian Garlington, is you could have gotten Garlington's phone records to determine whether or not those communications took place, right?
That is correct.
And also where Mr. Garlington was, to see whether that comports with what Kenneth Copeland said, right?
That is correct.
Now, you got Kenneth Copeland's information, his phone information, right?
I did.
You got his location, so you knew, or at least the phone, where that phone was at certain times on the night of January 10th, 2015, right?
Well, to be specific, what you see with tower data is the tower and the side of the tower that the phone utilized. That can be a pretty large area. In a city with a lot of cell phone towers everywhere, you get a little bit of a better idea, but I just want to make sure that we're clear that it's not the exact location of the phone.
Sure. Not the exact, we can't pinpoint within feet or maybe not even within a block, but it was important enough to you to get that information on Kenneth Copeland, on the phone that you thought was being used by Kenneth Copeland, right?
Yes.
Now, you did reach out to get information on Garlington's phone, or what you thought was Garlington's phone, right?
There was a number that I thought may have been Garlington's number.
Sure.
And I believe I referenced that in my report, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was maybe a Sprint number, or maybe I can't remember exactly. It wasn't in his name. I was never the short answer to your question is I was never able to get tower data for Demekian Garlington.
Well, it's not that you weren't able to get tower data. You requested the data for that phone number and specifically requested it without the tower usage logs. Isn't that right?
Yes. So there was a number that was in Kenneth Copeland's records, came back, I want to say, to a female. Now, and I remember, and this is, I'm thinking, and unless there's something that can refresh my recollection, from what I remember, I couldn't prove. It's one thing to get call logs are very easy to get. You don't need probable cause for those, but to get location data, you need probable cause. And I remember, from what I recall, I didn't think that I had probable cause to get tower location data for this number. Usually, I'll try to do something like,
he's by the book.
There's a number of things, like if I find a jail call to the number and I hear the voice that picks up, I say, oh, well, that corroborates that number is in fact that person's number. Or if somebody cites it on their Instagram page and says, call me on this number, that's going to get me to probable cause that that's that number. But if it's just that it's in temporal proximity, and I think there was another issue with the retention period of the number. I don't. All I know is I didn't think I had probable cause. I never got probable cause to get the tower records. For
Let's
that
work
number.
backwards a little bit, right? Let's start with this. When you sent out the request for the records that you thought was a number to Demekian Garlington,
Yes.
you requested those records specifically without tower usage logs, right?
I did.
Okay. Now, you had previously requested records for what you thought was Kenneth Copeland's phone number with the tower usage logs, right?
I don't know that it was me that did that. It may have been investigator or Detective Dennis that did that.
Right. But one thing that you knew, I mean, you honed in on the fact that there was supposedly this call between Kenneth Copeland and Demekian Garlington, and they were supposed to be at a specific place on the night of January 10, 2015. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Right. And so you had listened to Kenneth Copeland's statements, and you knew from Copeland's statements that he made reference to Wade Garlington, who was an important witness to you, right?
It was.
Right. You knew that Copeland had made reference in his hours of statements about this conversation and the location of Garlington, who was an important witness. You knew that.
That's right.
Right. And so you still didn't think that that was enough for you to go ahead and try to verify whether Kenneth Copeland was lying through his teeth or not by getting Garlington's tower usage logs.
I will say one other thing.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Miss Love, look at her. She leaned back. She said, "Oh Lord." Yeah, and this is gonna be a problem. Why Max is up here? He's like, "Hey, listen, man, we gotta. I need those records. So we got to be careful how we say this. But we got to keep it moving forward because this is good. This is getting good. Ooh, getting too good. Mr. Adams is up here. Y'all smell that? Y'all smell that cooked love? Ooh, wee. Delicious. Just in time for lunch. I got a couple super chats in here that I didn't read. Darcy in here dropped 2 super stickers. I see you, Darcy. 2 5 bombs in there. We've got Pam dropped the 20 euros as well. Thank you so much, Pam. And then Amy, she's dropping all her regular lunch emojis in here. She is ready to go for lunchtime. And we're going to get there here in just a second. I think once we finish with this cross from Mr. Adams, the Honorable Attorney Adams, I think we should be close to lunchtime. So let's see. Let's skip ahead here. What do y'all think so far, man? She's getting cooked. Oh, man. This might be one of the worst love cookings I've ever seen. Let's see. Let's go here. Here we go. I'm not sure why he needs it, but that's the only reason Max would object.
I'll just ask the question just very simply. Bottom line is,
I'm not sure
I am correct when I say that you requested the information on Mr. Garlington's phone, but you requested those without the tower usage logs. Is that true?
That's right.
Okay. Now, you know, I want to ask you something about a picture that we looked at a little bit earlier. All right. Remember the picture that the state put up? I think it was States 510 and DS 44. You have those in front of you?
I do.
Do you mind if I step up and take a quick look at them? May I, Judge?
Yeah.
All right. May I, Mr. Sprinkle?
There you go.
Yes, sir.
No problem.
Yeah, exactly. Sean said, hey, don't go. Max said, then don't go too heavy on the phone records.
I wasn't clear earlier, so I want to see if I can clear this up. You've been to what's been termed the Sky House, right?
That's correct.
As in, you have been there to the building, right?
That's correct.
Have you been inside to the individual units in there?
I have not.
So you've not stood inside of the Sky House in front of a window and looked out the window to observe what the skyline that you can see or what the view is you can see from a particular window, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so those pictures that you saw earlier, you've seen the pictures before, right?
I have.
But you have not stood in the vantage point of the person in that picture to be able to say, this is someone looking out the window of the Sky House.
That's right. I have not.
Okay. Now, although the bulk of the work that you did was in regards to the January 10, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas. Am I correct about that?
That is correct.
Okay. You were asked a couple of questions about some other matters. Specifically, you were asked some questions about this Lil Wayne tour bus shooting business. Is that right?
That's right.
Right. Would I be correct in saying that what you know about that is information that you received from Detective Raisi and any other detectives or investigators involved in the case?
Yes, Detective Raissi, David Raisi. He, last I heard, was with the ATF.
Okay. You spoke to him and you got some information from him, correct?
I did.
You were not intimately involved in that, any investigation of that portion at all. True?
That's true.
You were asked a question earlier, though, about a phone number. The prosecutor asked you about a 770-881-1440 phone number. Remember that?
I do.
Okay. That is a phone number that you looked at while you were looking at this whole Lil Wayne tour bus business. True?
I don't know if that, I don't know if that number caught my attention because of the Lil Wayne tour bus incident.
Do you know who Clifford Harris is?
Yes.
T.I.?
Yes.
Okay. That's his number, ain't it?
Yes, that's what I found. That I concluded, yes.
And if I heard you correctly,
They got a tip?
that's a phone call to that number that may have been picked up, may not have been picked up, but ultimately doesn't have any significance to you in regards to this investigation. True?
I mean, just that it was an incoming call at 7:30 p.m. on January 10th, 2015.
That's it.
That's right.
Okay. Oh, you know what? Let me jump back a little bit, if you don't mind, to the whole Sky House business. One of the things you were asked was whether or not there is controlled access at the Sky House. You remember that question?
I do.
Your answer ultimately was yes, right?
That's correct.
But the truth is, you referenced that there was what you believe to be a call box at that location.
That's right. There was a call box, a number that I identified. I just can't recall. There's obviously going to be controlled access.
But why do you say obviously?
Well, I mean, to get into the individual units, and there was a call box for which I identified a number. I just don't recall where the controlled access point was. Like, do you need one to get into the parking garage? Do you need one to get into the building? I just don't remember. From my personally going out there, I just don't remember.
Sure, and that's really what I want you to testify to, your personal knowledge. Mm-hmm. The truth is, you don't have any recollection as to whether or not there's any particular way to get in a gate, or whether there is a gate that you have to get buzzed in or anything like that. You don't know that, do you?
That I don't remember. I don't know if it's like the building, the door to the lobby was open, and then from there, or you had to get buzzed up. I just don't remember.
Okay, so the truth is, you know, in talking about the Sky House and the access to the Sky House, you're really not in a position to tell this jury that, yes, there's a controlled access and there's a certain way to get in there. You just don't know.
I just don't remember. Like I said, I'm sure I know that there was some sort of control. I just don't know if it started at like the lobby door or in the parking garage. I just don't know.
Okay.
Come on, Mr. Adams.
Okay.
John said, hey, nerd, look in your notes.
Do you recall
Use your
You
word
had an
finder,
opportunity
nerd.
to listen to statements by various individuals in this case. Now I'm going to hone in on Quindarius Zachary. You had a chance to listen to his statement?
I did.
Okay. And you're aware that Detective Dennis had a conversation with Quindarius Zachary, is that right?
He and I both, well, there were a couple of them. During one of them, he and I both did.
You sat in, right, on one, but that's not what I'm getting at. I'm asking whether or not you had an opportunity to listen to any statements between Mr. Zachary and Dennis prior to your involvement in the case.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, may I have one moment, please?
All right, let's get back. Miss Love and Miss Hilton plotting and scheming. And scheming and plotting. I wonder if Miss Hilton's still watching them.
Give me a second, I have a chance to gather some more stuff. All right. I want to ask you about phone calls.
Okay.
And specifically about phone records that you were able to examine. Now, you obtained records for numbers that you believe belong to Jeffrey Williams. Is that right? And I'm talking now, I want to hone in, right? I'm speaking specifically in January of 2015.
That's right.
Okay. You obtained numbers that you believe belong to Jeffrey Williams.
Yes.
Okay. You obviously, as we've discussed before, obtained numbers that you believe belong to Kenneth Copeland.
Yes. Kenneth Copeland, I believe that was somebody else. But when you say you obtain, I'm speaking. What I'm saying is I reviewed records. So either I or a DA's office investigator obtained them, or some law enforcement investigator obtained them, or if I obtained them via subpoena, etc.
Sure. And I don't. And listen, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. And when I'm saying you obtained, I'll tailor it. You had a chance to review.
Yes.
Okay. You had a chance to review phone records that you believe belong to, as we talked about before, Mr. Demikian Garlington. Is that right?
There were records for Demikian Garlington. Yes, but they didn't cover the night of the murder. But yes, there was also, and I think we talked about this already, a number that I found in Mr. Copeland's phone records that I believed was Demikian Garlington's, but I never got to probable cause.
So here's my question, right? Focusing now on Jeffrey Williams, the number you believe belonged to Jeffrey Williams.
There were a few.
And Kenneth Copeland, all right?
Okay.
There are, and I'm talking now about the night of the murder, January 10, 2015. There are 0 calls, and I mean 0 as in nothing, none, zilch. 0 calls between Kenneth Copeland and Jeffrey Williams. Isn't that true?
That sounds correct to me. There's the phone records can be voluminous, so I'm going off of my memory from. I feel like I would have remembered something like that. I'm also refreshing my recollection by looking at my report from the excerpts I placed in the report, and specifically I
voluminous
included Kenneth Copeland's phone records, the relevant portion from the night of the murder, and matter of fact, I'm looking at it right now. Yes, there are no phone calls to Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. What about phone calls between Demikian Garlington and Jeffrey Williams?
No, I don't believe so either. No.
0 phone calls.
That's right.
Okay.
Dang. They said Woody and Thug were in contact, though. What happened?
Wiretaps. Did you have the ability to seek any wiretaps in this case?
No. We certainly had the ability to seek it, but we never did.
Okay. And I'm talking specifically, and you said we, but I'm speaking specifically now about Jeffrey Williams. No wiretap of any phone. You never sought any wiretap of Jeffrey Williams' phone, did you?
No, we never did.
Okay.
How are we even in this trial? This is crazy. No evidence to speak of. No wiretaps in the RICO. They've got some. They just don't have any implicating Thug. They have people saying they have people saying we, they have people saying nothing that ties to Jeffrey Williams. This should not be a RICO at all.
So we've talked about what you've done in regards to the Donovan Thomas matter. We've talked about this Torbus shooting thing that you didn't really have anything to do with. I do want to jump back and ask you a question on a name that you mentioned earlier. Sammy Davis.
Okay.
Okay. Sammy Davis was someone that you spoke to.
He was.
Okay. That was someone who was supposedly at the location or somewhere close to the location on the when the incident occurred. I'm talking about January 10, 2015, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had a conversation with him in 2016?
I believe it was 2017.
2017. Okay. Without saying what that person said, actually strike that. One moment, please, Judge.
Good point. John has a question for the amazing attorneys in the chat and also watching the replay in the comments. For the lawyers, since they brought the charges against the entire group, they can't single, is what I think he meant to put, out any person anymore, can they? They can sever. Well, I'll let the lawyers answer this, but there's a thing called
you mentioned
severing,
earlier, Mr.
and I'll
Sprinkle,
explain what that means here in a second.
Twitter records that you were able to, and I guess it's called X now, but Twitter records you were able to retrieve in regards to individuals in this case, or that you looked at. True?
That's correct.
Did I hear you say that you reviewed Jeffrey Williams's Twitter records and Twitter history?
I was aware that Mr. Williams had a Twitter page. I don't recall how closely I examined his Twitter page, though.
Okay. So you would not be in a position to tell this jury that there's anything about his Twitter page that you reviewed in regards to January 10th of 2015?
Well, if I did, it's not something that made an imprint on me such that I remember it. So I would say no, there was nothing.
Right, and because you are charged with reviewing and making determinations about what you think is important or pivotal in the case, if there was something there, that would certainly stick out in your mind.
Yes.
And it does not.
That's right.
All right. I may have one moment, Judge. I may be, give me one moment, please.
And John, to answer your question, the term is called severing, what you're asking about. So parts of an indictment in a RICO case can be severed. Severing means splitting certain charges, defendants, or parts of the case into separate trials. This is often done to simplify complex cases, prevent prejudice against defendants, or manage evidence more easily. So this should have been done before for several of these defendants, but they're out for blood and they won't do it. Fannie Willis won't do it. So here we are. We're on a delay, so thank God we can skip ahead.
Before I sit down, I do have something that
So hopefully that answered your question.
I wanted to jump back to. Remember we talked a little while ago about Mr. Copeland giving a statement about a conversation between he and Garlington the night of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. You recall from listening to Copeland's statement that he references that the night of the incident, he's supposedly at McDonald's and he makes a phone call to Garlington, right?
Yeah. That's right.
And you recall from his statement that Copeland also says that he ended up in a vehicle with Garlington and McMullen. You remember that?
I do.
Okay. Now, looking back again at judging the veracity of the statements people give to you, specifically now Copeland, you were able to determine that at the time when Copeland says that he is in a car with Garlington, that Garlington's phone, or the phone you think is Garlington's phone, is actually calling Copeland's phone at that time. You remember that?
No, I'm not sure.
What? He's got the Miss Love disease. Come on, Mr. Sprinkle, you're better than this. Oh no!
You could do so. You could.
What happened to our guy? No, not Sprinkles. Oh man! He said,
The time when Copeland says that he is
what's up, Jonathan?
in a car with Garlington, that Garlington's phone, or the phone you think is Garlington's phone, is actually calling Copeland's phone at that time. You remember that?
No, I'm not sure. You must be referencing Mr. Copeland's cell phone call data records, and there's a phone call at a specific time that somehow occurs at a time when I don't know. Is that what you're talking about?
That is. Let me see if I can break it down anymore.
Oh man!
Copeland gives a statement saying that he spoke to Garlington on the night of the incident, right?
Yes.
Copeland gives a statement saying that at some point he's in a vehicle with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Demise McMullen. True?
That is correct.
All right. Looking at the phone records, right, at the time when Copeland says he is in a car with McMullen and Garlington, you actually see phone calls between Garlington's number and Copeland's number when they're supposedly in a car with each other, right?
Well, so first of all, what number are we talking? Would you like me to say which number I believe may have been Demeke and Garlington's?
Sure. Go ahead and tell me what number you're talking about.
It was 404-621-0102. That would have been pretty much the only number during that immediate aftermath of the homicide with which he was in contact. And there were routed calls. Well, I won't get into that, but I had some what I believe to be limited tower location data for that 404-621-0102. But the calls, there was an inbound call where that 404-621-0102 rather, 621-0102 called Kenneth Copeland at 7:51 p.m. and 36 seconds on January 10th, 2015.
Right.
Now, you'll see, now again, if in fact that was Mr. Garlington's number,
he's glitching.
There were some routed calls that were but a routed call is not necessarily a communication between the two numbers. It could be an attempted call that wasn't completed. So, but as you would have to ask Mr. Copeland, about those phone calls and where he was, and if Mr. Garlington was actually in the car with them, or he was inside, the convenience store or the McDonald's or wherever it was they said they were. I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, okay. Let me ask you if you know this. All right. Again, we agree that according to Copeland, he, McMullen, and Garlington are in a car together, right?
That's what Mr. Copeland said. Yes.
Okay. And there is a phone call. Let's not talk about Copeland. Let's talk about Garlington and McMullen.
Mm-hmm.
There is a phone call between Garlington's phone. That's the one that you've referenced, the 0102, right?
That's right.
what you believe is Garlington's phone, right?
Is that yes?
And there is a phone call that connects between Garlington and McMullen's phone at the time when they're supposedly in the car together, according to Copeland.
That, again, I don't know where they. I mean, I know that they were in close temporal proximity or spatial proximity, I should say. at the time of these, according to Mr. Copeland, as to whether they were actually in the immediate confined space and they hadn't like parted ways temporarily and one is calling the other, I don't know. You would have to, again, I don't know if they were within 3 feet of each other at the time of these phone calls. All I know is that they were within 3 feet. They were very close to each other during this time period, at least temporarily, and where they were, if they were walking around a parking lot, I just don't know.
Safe to say that verifying anything that Mr. Copeland says is true proved to be a Herculean task for you, huh?
Well, I just tried to find things that were like obviously inconsistent. Like, for example, with Spencer Wright, where I just looked at the video and I saw nobody was at the bus stop. I said, well, that's obviously a pretty big inconsistency in a statement. That's all I was trying to do with Kenneth Copeland. And I didn't, as far as the phone records are concerned, I didn't see anything that was wildly inconsistent or that completely contradicted him at all.
Something you said earlier when we were talking about the phones, you said that you're not an expert, but you have pretty significant experience with kind of looking at cell tower locations and if not plotting, at least trying to make a determination, reading those records to determine where a particular phone may have been at a particular time, right?
That's right.
And it's fair to say, again, without asking you for an engineering or technological type answer, that those records that you look at that give you the distance or location of a phone is not an exact science. It's within miles, right?
It could. I mean, potentially, yeah. It could be. In a populated area with a lot of cell phone towers, it'd be very odd to use a tower that's miles away from you. That may be something more in a rural area that you might see. But one thing I will say is no, it's not an exact science.
Yeah. And
particularly the records at issue here was just, from what I remember, it's just tower usage and sides of the tower.
Right.
Meaning you're using this tower and you're using the antenna pointing this way. That's a big area.
And of course, we're talking about the city of Atlanta, which is very populous. Mm-hmm. And we're also talking about things like a call bouncing off of one tower or being routed to another tower because of the traffic, the cell tower, the cell traffic at that time. And the bottom line is that, you could be if you're trying to pinpoint where one phone is at a particular time, you could be a block off, a mile off. It all depends.
Yes.
Sure.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I have.
All right. We're going to break. We're going to break for lunch at this point, and let's see. Let's come back at 2.
Tamika, you think I'm a low-key
for the
lawyer?
jury.
Is that what you're trying
We
to
will
say?
be back well before then. The rest of us.
Wow, Mr. Adams. My goodness. Here we go to lunch. Monica said, please don't go. I gotta go. I gotta get some lunch. Please don't go. Oh my gosh. Thank you to everybody who liked the video. That was fun to watch. Give it up to Mr. Adams. Now, I know we're not done here yet. Y'all are saying wait for it. Okay, we're not going to go yet.
All right, Mr. Sprinkle, we'll see you back at 2 also.
Fulton
Okay,
County got
I
cooked.
know that the defendants' lunches
Mr.
are
Sprinkle
here,
got
and I'm
cooked.
going to propose that we take a short break for them to eat and for maybe us to eat, I don't know, but that we come back in about a half an hour. Let me get a little bit of clarification. So I know that the state at about 11:40 this morning sent over what they want to have reconsidered with regard to either agreed upon or ruled upon redactions from Mr. Zachary's interview. And I'm not quite clear exactly what, are you saying that all of these things were previously either agreed or ruled out as redacted and you want each of them to now be reconsidered? And I don't want to get into the substance. Is that, you sent like several different ones. Is that what it's going to be with regard to each of them?
Some of them, the court said that it needed
Foundation?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and so you think either for those, foundation has been laid, or we need to take that up now, and then for others, you want reconsideration, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Now, I had held a ruling on Mr. Zachary's Twitter feed that was states 526. Are you intending to introduce that such that we would need to take up the various objections that I believe Mr. Adams made, or no?
The Twitter feed, I would be, yes.
Yes? Okay. So is that something that we've not looked at all before now?
What do you mean, Your Honor?
Quindarius Zachary's, I mean, it looked to be pretty thick. That's all of his Twitter posts?
It is.
For a certain amount of time?
It is.
Okay. And is that something that the defense has seen previously?
It's been served in discovery.
Okay.
We have not had a chance.
We haven't had like an evidentiary, okay.
We've not, and if I may just add, we also were not put on notice. The court had requested that they give us the list of the witnesses and the exhibits that are expected to come in through those witnesses. That was not in the list of exhibits for Mrs. Sprinkle's testimony.
Okay, so I mean, this is a voluminous record, is that fair?
It has 259 pages.
Okay, so I'd call that voluminous. So how are we supposed to just off the cuff deal with what may and may not be admissible in that?
Because I have a set and small number of specific ones that I intended to actually publish. I just wanted him to, I mean, I tendered the whole thing because he got it, but I can distill it down and...
Hold up, did she say 200 and some pages? What? How many? And again, there goes that word voluminous. Y'all look, y'all see Judge Whitaker stealing words today. She stole that from Mr. Sprinkle.
It has 259 pages.
Okay, so I'd call that voluminous. So how are we supposed to just off the cuff deal with what may and may not be admissible in that?
Because I have a set and small number of specific ones that I intended to actually publish. I just wanted him to, I mean, I tendered the whole thing because he got it, but I can distill it down and abide by whatever the court's ruling is.
So could you share with us all of the whatever parts you think actually you would like to have admitted and published?
Yes.
I mean, can you do that from now on without me having to beg you to do that?
Your Honor, the court does not have to beg me for anything.
Okay, I mean, let's just have it be sort of a standard, which I thought would have been clear anyway, but is apparently not, that you make it clear to everybody what parts of what exhibits you want in evidence so that we can then, if there are evidentiary challenges to them, be able to sensibly discuss those. Is that something you can do for the court and for the opposing counsel in this case?
Absolutely.
Okay. So can you right now let us know so that while we're having our half hour, we can take a look at all of that?
Sure can, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
She about to cry. Oh, Miss Love's gonna be crying.
And the objections, as stated already, generally, were hearsay, confrontation clause, and authentication. There's not going to be a confrontation clause issue. People's Twitter posts are not testimonial. But with regard to authentication and hearsay, I don't know if
he can set the foundation and he can
authenticate these.
I believe that.
Okay, maybe. All right, and then there may. Okay, so let us know. How are you gonna let us know that? Because can you email to everybody the portions, or how are we gonna?
I can give you the specific page numbers.
Okay, and everybody else has a copy.
Everybody has this. Yes. When you say everybody else has a copy, I'm not sure what the court means.
If you give page numbers, they have a copy so that they'll be able to easily find and look at what that is?
She's holding the
If they
hand again.
scroll, if they look at the,
Do you
that they
remember?
have.
They have a link. Do you remember which link it is?
Yeah.
Can you let us know that, or at least them know that?
I'll just yes, I can.
Resending it would be great, and then
Okay.
pinpointing.
And perhaps telling us where it is in the discovery.
No, she's going to resend it, which would be easier.
Okay.
Okay, so you will do that
Man.
and be specific about what parts you want in.
Oh my God.
All right, Mr. Shart, you had asked in the midst kind of all of the objections that the court give an instruction about the blank box. Is that something that you still want me to do, that the box was blank at the court's instruction because we didn't at that point have anything establishing the date, or?
Yes, I would very much appreciate the court giving
Okay.
that instruction.
And that was
because
states 44, I mean, not states, I'm sorry, Mr. Stillwell 44?
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
I can check. I'll approach and look at the evidence and confirm.
Okay, and so I'll just tell them that it was at the court's direction that the box was blank because it hadn't at the time been established what the box meant.
Your Honor.
Will that work?
Well, we're not in.
Yes, no?
Yes, that would
Okay.
be great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, that requirement of the
include
court
us,
was not
Roxanne, but I
on
appreciate you letting us know.
the defendants. They objected to that box being shown. The state had no objection. So in as much as the objection leveled by Mr. Stillwell is what the court based that on, and the state did not have an objection, and the state actually explained what it was, and Mr. Stillwell could have very well put that date in the box.
No, Mr. Stillwell could not have at that point. There was an objection to it. I will give that instruction, and I'm also going to instruct that the state may not in any way attempt to argue that Mr. Stillwell was trying to hide anything by having that box on there blank. Understand? And I'm not saying you would, but just want to make that clear. Understand?
Oh, I think, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I would also,
This is the greatest thing since Lil Woody.
let's see.
This day.
So, so we're going to deal with the Twitter feed issues and
Since the poll should have 403 on it.
the
Y'all saying 50
reconsideration of Zachary's things.
God dang, Miss Love.
Anything else?
The additional crime scene photos
Your Honor,
from Mr. Atkins.
I don't know if we'll get to that or not.
Okay.
When would that be coming in?
not it. Go ahead.
Your Honor, those probably won't even come in until the next week or the week after
Well, they
next,
may not be
depending.
coming in at all. but-
Well, if they are to come in, it would be in about 2 weeks from now.
Okay, and it was so like you said, or somebody said that the CADs with regard to those had already come in. Can y'all be a little more specific about what those are going to be crime scene photos of and why, like what crime scenes and why? I know, Miss Love, you said, oh, you put them back because of witnesses that you had to add back in. Can you give me a little more specificity about that?
So at the begin, you want to know the actual
Crime scenes.
Okay.
And then why did you have to add those witnesses back in?
Well, the why was when counsel for.
Was it because you were establishing who lived at places and they were gonna object unless you brought the person in?
That was half of it. The other
Okay.
half was that they objected to any of the.
Chain of custody, I remember.
Right. So,
Anything
right.
beyond that?
Yes. So I'm pulling up the actual incident number.
I mean, if you want to just give me an address, like the so-and-so crime scene.
But these photos, Your Honor, were not produced in discovery.
I
No.
understand.
Okay,
I'm going to get to that. I'm just trying to get a little bit of basis for what we're even talking about.
So it was 717 Cedar Avenue. I don't have the date on that in front of me.
Well, one was 2014, one was 2015, one was 2019, as I understand it.
Right.
Which was that?
That was 2014.
Okay.
God, this is.
And that was based on an objection about the NIBIN hits. And then there was the 807 Prior and 193 Hendricks shooting, which I think was that was in 2015. That was one of the retaliatory shootings. And then there was the 2019 one regarding Milton Howard in Rayshawn Lucci Bennett's vehicle.
Where?
On the road. It was, the specific address was.
Yeah, they're going to be.
This is something there was just testimony about last week.
Crazy.
Yes, no?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I thought you, yes. That was rhetorical.
Oh, she had her mic on. This love is hurting. She is pissed. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. We're almost at lunchtime, y'all. So for those of y'all watching the replay, I asked in the chat, how many L's did Miss Love take today? 50, 100, 500, or 50 levels?
Okay, well, in any event, you say you added witnesses back because of needing to establish who lived where and the chain of custody, I guess, for like bullets and shells and things like that. But if the photos themselves were never provided, which is what Mr. Adkins represented in his email, then why should they come in now?
Your Honor, so as it relates to the scene, we believe that it's relevant information that does not unfairly prejudice anyone, as the incidents themselves are very much a part of the discovery that we've provided.
But the crime scene photos aren't, right?
Your Honor, I believe I believe that they have not, but I will make certain that they've not. I believe that they have not
Mr.
been.
Adkins represented that they hadn't.
And I have no reason not to
Okay,
believe.
so you check on that in our 30 minutes or so that we're going to have, and you can let me know. All right, let's be back here at 1:20.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I know that Mr. Sprinkle had no more questions on direct by the state, so I will put in writing. He mentioned some phone calls, jail calls. The state mentioned with him, but they didn't put him in. I have some objections to portions of those jail calls, and I'll put it in writing for everybody. But I just wanted to make the court aware, just in case the state wants to, on redirect, somehow get into those jail calls.
Yeah, are you going to get into the substance of jail calls with Mr. Sprinkle?
Not today, no.
Okay. Ever with Mr. Sprinkle?
Look at Max's face. Look at Max's face. Oh, he said.
At some point, yes, after we get other, yes.
Okay, then yep, go ahead and put those objections in
Sorry, y'all.
writing.
I'll do it.
And one more thing, Mr. Steele, you sent over an email sort of setting forth an objection or a continuing objection, I guess, that you have to the testimony of Mr. Sprinkle about his investigation, and you base it on Davis versus State, 307 Georgia, 746 from 2020, and also Adkins v. State, 301 Georgia, 153 from 2017, and the law that's set forth in those about conduct of an investigation and an officer not normally, only in rare instances being relevant, but that it is relevant after, or its case law appears to acknowledge that it can be relevant after a defense has raised questions about an investigation. And yet you're saying at the same time that your co-counsel is asking Mr. Sprinkle questions about his investigation that you don't believe that it is relevant here because the defense hasn't challenged Mr. Sprinkle specifically. And that is, I appreciate that nuance, but my original ruling on that stands, so I'm going to overrule your objection. You may have a continuing objection to that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, see y'all back at 1:20.
I apologize if I'm holding anyone up. I'm not trying to. Just for you to know, we speak with independent crime scene people, so the state just giving us this, these photographs, and then we have to review the evidence and then go talk to the witnesses. It's a hassle for us.
So if she lets me know that these were originally provided, that's one thing, but if they were not, then they're not going to be coming in.
Okay.
All right, see y'all in 30 minutes.
Judge Whitaker standing on business. Oh my gosh, I love this. I hope we see this version of her for the rest of the trial, because we could be out of here in 2 weeks. I say we. The defendants could be out, because I'm good over here. Let me read a couple super chats, and then I was gonna end the live stream, but I didn't realize she was only gonna take a few minutes for lunch. So it looks like they're actually back in court. We'll probably watch a little bit more of this, and then I got to get up out of here, y'all. But what a crazy, crazy day. Let me know what y'all think so far too. Shout out to MBC in the building, because I'm gonna mess up your name. I forgot how to say it properly, so if you could let me know in the chat, I will put some respect on your name. Said, good afternoon from a blessed Hurricane Helene survivor. Yep, same here. Thank God. Thank you, Lord. You didn't have to deal with that. And prayers go out to everybody who is having issues with recovering from Helene as well. And then we've got CEB for Life, Jay-Z in the building. Shout out to Jay-Z. Says, love is having a bad day for sure. Yikes. I mean, everybody's giving Miss Love the business today. Let's go ahead and skip ahead. Looks like they're back. Judge Whitaker hopefully got everything straightened out with Miss Love. But I'm with Sean, man. We might be at a point to where the writing's on the wall for this trial. And Judge Whitaker seeing it, she's seeing how the state has acted. And now with Miss Love having these issues with the bar, what's going to happen moving forward? It's tough to watch. Monica Cook says, today's trial is so good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is the best day we've had since a while. So let me skip. Oh, I need to go. I think my lunch is here. I need to run and grab that real quick. All right, here we go. I think they're back. So y'all give me 1 second. I will be right back.
Okay. All right, so those are out unless we find out that they were in fact served. So if you find that out, then you can bring that back up to us, okay?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so then this Zachary transcription, that would come in through Detective Gaither, is that right?
You mean the Zachary?
The things that you're asking for reconsideration of, or whether you've established the foundation for, would those be introduced through Gaither?
Through the interview, yes.
Right, but Gaither's going to be the witness with whom you get the interview with,
yes.
Right? Okay, and she's what, next after Sprinkle?
Yes.
Okay. Who else is going to have questions for Mr. Sprinkle, if anybody?
I am.
Maybe about 15 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else? 5 minutes? Okay. All right. And then brief redirect, maybe? Okay. So then I'll look at this Zachary document that Ms. Love shared. And so I assume I'm assuming if you've included it in this document that you think there is a basis on which it should come in now. Some of them I can tell it was a foundation issue before. Others I would need you to briefly explain why you think the ruling should change. Okay, so if you wouldn't mind just starting us out.
All right, so the first one, Judge, is page 24, line 4 to 25, line 19. What was requested was the conversation regarding Philo, the Philo and D. So Philo and D shoot at them based on
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, but we don't have that much time. You don't need to set out what it is because we all have the document in front of us. Just let me know. Just cut straight to the chase of why it should now come in, either the foundation you established or why it should be reconsidered. Okay.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
So, Judge, when we had the witness on the stand, he acted as if he did not believe specifically that this was If Gang. We have testimony that has now come in and testimony that we will get in later establishing who it was that these people are and how they're relevant. Specifically, his belief that these people, Philo and D, were shooting at Summer right after Demekion got jumped. And his belief that these are If Gang members and his providing that information to the police is relevant evidence of the gang itself and the enterprise and the nature of the enterprise, in as much as these are people that he deems rivals that there has been beef with. So given that we've actually already put in testimony about who was living at 1428 at Adele Avenue, and given that I believe more information will come out about who these people are, we would ask that the court allow us to include this portion in our in the interview, because the objection was hearsay about who did the shooting at Demekion at the club.
I'm so confused. Isn't it still hearsay?
No, Your Honor.
How is it not still hearsay?
Oh, man. Miss Love, just call it a day.
One, because
dang,
he's telling investigators
based on what she told him.
Right, and his actions, in as much as he reacts and responds based on that, and these are rival gang members, the fact that he is reacting to actions taken by rival gang members go to prove one of the elements or more than one of the elements of the crimes on our indictment.
So you want in those lines that you set forth, which are hearsay. So I don't see how you have presented any kind of an exception that would let this portion in.
It's not offered. The fact that the truth of the matter is that Philo and D shot at Summer. I'm not saying that they shot at Summer. His belief that they shot at Summer is what is important. And the reaction, his, Moontunks, and the other people that he apprised police participated in this shooting, their actions as a result of their belief that these people shot at Summer is what is pertinent. So the effect that these words had on them and what it made them do is what is important. Whether Philo and D shot at them, in fact, is not what we're asserting and not what we're offering it to prove.
Okay. Any defense response?
Specifically to this this situation, I do agree with the court that this is hearsay, but just procedurally, Your Honor, regarding all of these matters, we previously litigated this. I remember when we litigated this, I said if there's not if the state wants to get into some of these things, they're going to have to lay a foundation and outside the presence of the jury. And that was what was discussed. We were going to have to talk to him and see how he knows some of this stuff. And no one did any of that.
Right.
And so now he's not on the stand. So we avoided all these issues. Now he's not on the stand anymore. And now the state wants to relitigate this and get into these issues, which I believe are rightfully have been ruled inadmissible. But beyond that, we don't have the ability to ask him those questions anymore.
Well, I assume for some of the foundational ones, Ms. Love must think that a foundation was laid, but I guess we'll get to that when we get to it. But she thinks that there's something about what he testified to that merits reconsideration. So, I mean, I'll listen to what that is.
Your Honor, 1428 Adele Avenue is where the mother of these two people live.
I remember.
And so, in as much as they're shooting up these people in his mother's house because he believes that these rival gang members shot at his girlfriend, we believe that there's an exception. He testified that he personally shot at these people. There are inconsistent statements that are further in, but as to this part, he testified that he shot at Adele Avenue.
Right,
but
he did.
Because of what information he provided to the police at the time that he interviewed with them in August, and because of what information we have from witnesses regarding the fact that there are more than there's other people on scene shooting that he's not wanting to say, and his not giving that information on the stand should allow us to not only put this information specifically about who was shooting at Summer in for its effect on him, but subsequent statements that he makes that are inconsistent with and contradicts what he testified about on the stand. So
are you now offering this as a prior inconsistent statement, or are you offering it as not hearsay, or what?
I don't believe it's hearsay. I do believe that it is a prior inconsistent statement. What he told the police, as it was pointed out so many times while I confronted him with the facts, he said he didn't remember what he told them. He told them he lied. All of that makes what he told the police a prior inconsistent statement. So all of those apply. I believe that these statements also contradict some of what he testified about on the stand.
My goodness.
All right, I'm not going to reconsider my ruling on that first one. All right, this next one that's page 55, what is it that you want in on that? And why? I'm, again, just a little confused about what it is that you think has changed.
You mean page 48?
The next one you have is number 6, page 55, line 17 to page 57, line 7.
Okay.
This is painful.
I'm looking at the bottom of first page of the document that you provided.
I have it, Judge. Page.
I told you.
So, Judge, what he says at line 17, after being asked, so y'all don't really fuck with each other, meaning YSL and If Gang. Mr. Zachary says they didn't really mess with each other, so there's already tension in the air. But until that boy Yak, that boy that hang with Thug, had gotten into it with MDC, and I had helped him fight in the club, he is saying that that is part of what spurred on this antagonism between the two groups. Later in this interview, he talks about how the Woody jump on January the 6th wasn't what precipitated the rivalry between the two groups, and that in fact it had started about a month earlier. And what he is saying here, Judge, actually explains part of the reason that there is this antagonism. We are disproving some of the facts that this witness testified to, and we are showing the contradiction between what he testified to and what he stated previously.
All right, I can't follow you.
She said, this ain't nothing new, Judge Whitaker. Judge Whitaker has been watching the videos. I'm telling y'all. She went on the YouTube. She said, what are the people saying? She's done. Just give it up for the day, Miss Love.
The court ruled that this was bad character evidence about Kendrick. And what we're arguing is that in testifying that he is actually coming to the aid of Kendrick in this fight with people from MDC, and in telling the police after being asked specifically what started it all, after he tells them there was tension in the air that started at this point, it goes to show the association and the nature of the association between two co-conspirators in the YSL enterprise. It also goes to explain
she needs some milk.
Part of what
that's what she needs.
The jury is hearing evidence about in terms of this back and forth in these shootings. So the court had said it was bad character evidence. We don't believe it's bad character evidence that rises to the level that justifies its exclusion, considering the charges that Mr. Kendricks is facing. And we believe that it is relevant, contextual.
All right, so for this one, you just basically want a reconsideration. It's not based on anything he said or didn't say. It's just, Judge, we really, really want you to decide that differently. All right.
Because you said that.
Go ahead.
You said, I don't believe that you had ruled that entirely out. You said, that you conditioned that the state could make, point out that Zachary defends Kendrick but didn't want it line by line. And I believe that line by line is important when looking at the entirety of what he's saying. He's talking about a rival gang member and how
well, he's actually, according to him, not talking about a rival gang member. He asks, they're not, he basically says, no, they're not really If Gang, they're just themselves.
No,
okay.
Judge,
yes.
He says right after that,
I can't watch
talking about.
Right, I'm not reconsidering. My ruling stays the same on that one. All right, this one about the next one.
I can't do it. Y'all want to keep this going? Woo.
That you label number 11. I assume it's the 3 sentences in red that you think now should come in. Is that right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and what has changed such that you think that should now come in?
Carefully reviewing and listening to what he says in the interview and reviewing it based on what was argued in the hearing. Specifically,
I think it was ruled out because it was speculation.
That's correct.
actually, Judge, this I argue, Your Honor, was based on, given everything that Mr. Zachary says in his interview, this would have been based on information that he knew as a result of the communications that he has with them. It's not, I don't think that it's speculation. I also think that it directly contradicts what he told the jury. I think it is a prior inconsistent statement. And given what he tried to present to the jury in the form of his testimony, I believe that it's admissible for those reasons.
All right, if you're going to say it directly contradicts what he told the jury, I mean, he testified for several days, I think, as well. So what specifically?
He said he lied to the police. He said that he was asked on cross-examination, I believe, about his belief with respect to who killed Donovan Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
He also talked in the interview about his interactions with all of the people that he said talked to him about the murder. And the fact that he specifically talked to Shannon, Yak, and later, after they got back from Miami, Nard, about the murder. And specifically, he tells the police that he asks, or that Mr. Williams, he keeps trying to say that at one point Mr. Williams, he was just trying to get out of trouble. But in the interview, he is continually trying to keep Mr. Williams himself from being in trouble. All of this, I think, he has a foundation, he has a basis for the knowledge that, and he keeps talking about the fact that when they go out with guns, for instance, when Woody got jumped in January, everyone ran out with guns. They were saying, let's make the money. At a later point, he makes a similar statement. So the actions of the people that he interacts with, his co-conspirators, are what let him know and what specifically inform him as to motivations, what he is able to observe. He talks about that.
Well, you did not establish through his testimony that he has a basis for knowing that they wanted to do it themselves to get a name. So I'm not going to change my ruling on that.
Your Honor, if his testimony, his entire testimony was that I lied,
I'm not reconsidering. I mean, I have reconsidered and I'm not changing my mind. Let's move on to number 13.
Here. Just one second. So, Judge, this is actually him specifically talking about Nard telling him that Woody was going to fold. Mm-hmm. This is classic co-conspirator statements. Also,
thank you, Amy.
The court said we needed to establish that Zachary knows the why, and reading specifically what he said, he's going to tell on us. He asks what, and Nard says about the nut situation, and him telling him that he believes that Woody won't fold. He doesn't just say that's why Thug stopped messing with him, because he thought he was going to fold. He says that Thug didn't know afterwards, and he also says that he specifically says that Thug asked why did they do it, and once they were made aware, Thug was made aware that allegedly Nut had said whoop and given the green light, he was seemingly okay with it. We believe that the interview itself gives context as to how he was able to speak on why and what he observed with respect to Jeffrey Williams and Kenneth Copeland.
Can I just seek clarification? According to the state notes, or maybe the court's notes, what is all this previously ruled inadmissible and the state's seeking to admit it, or is there a part of this that was, because there's no color coding. I just want to make sure I'm on the same page.
Unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot in the way of notes.
Well,
Bruce Harvey's back there. See, this is why I said end the trial, Judge. Look at Amy going crazy. Thank you, Amy. Shout out to Amy for showing me.
Does anybody?
I do, but my notes are only.
Oh man, here we go.
As good as the person that takes them. So, but I have that the part that's being kept out is that's why Thug stopped messing with him, because he thought he was going to fold. That was the part that was coming out, and it was out unless a foundation for his knowledge, Quindarius's knowledge of what Jeffrey thought.
Right, okay, that's my recollection.
Right.
It's just that bit, not the conversation beforehand.
Correct.
Yeah. So, Ms. Love, what has now established that he had a foundation for knowing why Thug stopped messing with him?
He talked about the number of times that he was at Defendant Williams' condo, the amount of time he spent around him. I think that anyone that goes to anybody's house, visits as often as he testified that he did, and has known someone as long as he said that he has known Defendant Williams, has established a foundation for being able to testify that someone stopped messing with another person for a particular reason.
Okay, so that's insufficient, so that ruling stays the same as well. All right, next is number 15, and it's the two
part of what
in green.
The two in green are what the court kept in. I don't, with respect to the part that the court kept out, it strikes me, given that Kelvin Treadwell is an alleged co-conspirator. He is not only alleged to have been someone that took the guns and the vehicle, based on what Mr. Zachary told the police, away from the scene, or away from, to secret it away from authorities. He's also the person that called Demise McMullen back to shoot at
All right, the first part is about selling drugs.
So one of the portions of the reason for the conspiracy existing here in this case is that they sell drugs and narcotics to further their enterprise. The indictment, the language of the indictment, and other acts that we...
Let's be real. There's no way they could prove this. I'm not seeing it. Even if Thug knew about it, that doesn't mean that he encouraged it or persuaded them or convinced them to do it. This is some BS, man.
Sell drugs and narcotics to further their enterprise. The indictment, the language of the indictment, and other acts that we have shown specifically about the use of drugs, the sale of drugs, and how they, it is one of the...
Let's not make the same arguments that have already been ruled on. What is it about the testimony that we heard from Mr. Zachary that should change the ruling on this?
Well, Your Honor, I think that the court ruled that it was irrelevant, the discussion of Bentley selling drugs. And I think that the court said that it did not know whether Bentley sold drugs to the benefit or for the benefit of YSL.
Yeah.
But I believe that the court has also heard evidence, and this was something that was not presented as an argument, that in the Dexter Montgomery shooting, when Walter Murphy went back, or when he was called along with Demise McMullen to come and defend Kelvin Treadwell or O.G. Bentley, that he came from the spot, that it was, they kept guns at the spot, at the trap spot, and that this was O.G. Bentley's spot. Mm-hmm. And given that this is, we believe that this is just pertinent information, given everything else that Quindarius Zachary said in his interview to the police about Kelvin Treadwell, about the drugs.
I'm not going to change my ruling on that. And with regard to the second part of it is clearly still total speculation.
All right, so real quick, let me read. I got to read these super chats, man. Big shout out to the major sponsor of today's show, Amy. Oh my gosh. Drop another 50 bomb and then gifted 5 memberships. If you got a membership from Amy, make sure you say thank you. Y'all see her here every single day, putting in work in the chat, showing some love and supporting so much. Thank you, Amy. I love everything that you do here. Thank you for being here and continuing to show some major support. So if y'all got a membership from Amy, make sure you say thank you. She's amazing. She's the GOAT. Y'all know what time it is. And then last, I got 2 more things I need to ask y'all to do. If you could, make sure you like the video if you haven't yet. Also, I'm going to end this live stream. Y'all can get some lunch. I'm going to get some lunch. I've had enough of this massacre that has happened to Miss Love. So you're going to be redirected to Cat Not Williams live stream. When y'all go over there, make sure you go over there and you say Classy Beats sent you, or you say, let her know this is the redirect gang, because I'm going to redirect you guys over to Cat Not Williams. Go over there, make sure you like the video right away and show her some love and support too. On the poll that I asked you guys in the chat, what did y'all say? When it comes to how many L's did Miss Love take today, it looks like y'all are saying 50-11. Crazy. Oh man, we're gonna clip this live stream like crazy. Anyway, hope y'all have a great rest of your day. Thank you to everybody who's in here, showed support, everybody who liked the video, everyone who sent in super chats. Y'all really do help this show continue to grow and keep it going. Y'all know what to do. Keep growing, keep pushing, keep it classy. Have a great day. We're gone. Peace. Jeez.